Chapter 1898. At the same time there was a cracking sound, as if a mirror was broken. A crack appeared in the nearby space. As the cracks became more and more dense, it finally shattered. As a trace of the force of nothingness leaked out, a figure emerged from the broken space. The pavilion master of sealed sword pavilion. The sword on his back was broken into 7 or 8 pieces, severely damaged. His robe was also torn, and he looked quite embarrassed. Master of Windcloud Heights, how dare you plot against me? The pavilion master of sealed sword pavilion scolded angrily. I trusted you and supported you to be the leader. He also had a way to save his life. It seemed that he had traveled through space and returned to this place at the critical moment. The master of Windcloud Heights squinted his eyes. 2 of the 3 people were still alive, which was really tricky, but both of them were injured, and their strength was not at its peak, so it was not difficult to kill them. Esteemed Baokuin, let's join hands and kill the Windcloud Heights master. Then we'll announce to the world that he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. The pavilion master of the sealed sword pavilion shouted and called esteemed Baokuin over. The mansion master of Green, Hell Mansion, took a deep breath. At this moment he could not care so much. He had to kill him first, snatch the Rui Jade, open the seal, and leave this place. However, Master Baokuin stood there motionlessly. After a while he nodded and shook his head gently. We can join hands to kill the master of Windcloud Heights, but the premise is that the pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilion will stop acting. The mansion master of Green, Hell Mansion, rolled his eyes and took a few steps back without hesitation. At the same time, he released a defensive divine skill in front of him. Almost at this moment, the 3 layers of defense in front of him were instantly broken, and only a small part was still working. Looking carefully, the pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilion had another long sword in his hand, and he stabbed it back. If he had reacted 1 step slower and did not protect himself in time, he would have been stabbed by the sword. Thinking of this, he was shocked and resentful. He stared at the pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilion and said in a low voice, Are you in cahoots with the master of Windcloud Heights? The pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilion stared at Master Baokuin with a cold face. I should have killed you first at the seal. Without his reminder, the mansion master of Green Hell Mansion could not have easily escaped his sudden sneak attack. Master Baokuin said unhurriedly, It's because you were too overboard in the beginning. It's hard for me not to suspect you. He was the one who allowed the White Moon cult leader to pass through the seal in the end. He was also the one who suggested that everyone should compete with their own strength at the sacrificial table. He was also the one who created the conflict between the 2 sides. Now that the palace master of Green Hell Mansion had just barely escaped with his life, he immediately appeared. Who would believe that he was not suspicious? Baokuin were the only ones left now. Show us all your trump cards and don't hold anything back, the palace master of Green Hell Mansion said. Lord Baokuin nodded lightly, and then he raised his hand and gestured. Another mysterious person that was completely enveloped in a black robe appeared. There were no fluctuations of soul aura coming from his body, only faint traces of pressure. The palace master of Green Nether Mansion was overjoyed. Could this be the puppet of the 3-crown emperor? If that was the case, then it would be too shocking. At most, they had only heard of the appearance of a double-crown emperor puppet in a foreign civilization. They had never heard of a triple crown. Esteemed Baokuin said indifferently, Let's go all out. The palace master of Green Hell Mansion nodded deeply. He clenched his fists, and dense chains of laws wrapped around his wrists. Those were all the rules of the palace master of Green Hell Mansion. At this moment, he used all of them, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, it was the master of Windcloud Heights and the pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilions turn to look serious. Among the 3-crown emperors, they were slightly stronger, but there were only 2 of them. The master of Windcloud Heights' expression was gloomy. He stared deeply at Lord Baokuin and said hatefully, "You're really a troublemaker!" Even if he could kill all of them in the ancient tomb today, he would have to pay a very heavy price. Then should I be indifferent to being killed by you? Lord Baokuin did not care and said indifferently, "Do it!" The three of them attacked first, and they attacked the two of them at the same time. The Master of Windcloud Heights and the Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion snorted coldly and counterattacked. Other than Lord Baokuin and the puppet who used their physiques, the other three of them chose to fight with the chains of laws. However, the sound of clashing could be heard continuously. Lord Baokuin relied on his powerful physique to resist the attacks of the Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion's rules. Although the Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion had the upper hand, he would be ambushed by another puppet from time to time, so he had to disperse his attacks. As such, he was at a disadvantage, and he was extremely angry from being bombarded by the two tyrannical puppets. "Manor Master, help me get rid of one of the puppets. Their physiques are too strong. It's not good for me to fight them at close range," the Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion said angrily. With the chains of laws, he could attack the puppets from a distance, and the puppets could do nothing to him. However, everyone was within a range of 3 zhang. He was not a match for the two puppets at close range. He was bombarded several times until he spat out blood. However, how could the Master of Windcloud Heights let go? The Palace Master of Green Hell Mansion attacked without fear of death. If he was slightly distracted, he would suffer a great loss. There's no other way. I can only close the Heavenly Star 9 and 9 Yang Great Formation. The Master of Windcloud Heights took out a jade scepter and pointed it at the pattern on the offering table behind him. With a rumbling sound, the formation that gathered in all directions stopped. The Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion finally did not have to be besieged by the two puppets at close range. He suddenly jumped to the center of the stone room. As expected, there was no longer any danger there. "You two be asterisk stards." The Pavilion Master of Sealed Sword Pavilion was unusually embarrassed. He was really aggrieved. At this moment, he pulled away from them and attacked from a distance with the chains of laws. The two puppets could no longer get close to him so easily. Just like that, both sides fell into a stalemate. However, it would still take a long time to determine the winner. The Manor Master's wife, who luckily escaped, took the opportunity to hide far away. She stared at the Manor Master with deep hatred in her eyes. The hatred was so deep that it was unforgettable. It was not as if she simply wanted to stay with the moon, worshipping Hierophant for a long time. Gu Xing also quietly came to a distance away and stood in front of a bronze coffin. At this moment, there was no Heavenly Star 9 Yang and 9 Yin Great Formation. The restriction on the surface of the bronze coffin slowly dissipated. Gu Xing's eyes flashed. He pressed his palm on the bronze coffin's lid and forcefully pulled it open. Although the Master of Windcloud Heights and the others noticed Gu Xing's unusual behavior, they had no time to pay attention to him. Crack! With a muffled sound, the bronze coffin was opened. However, what was displayed inside was not the previous Manor Masters of Windcloud Heights, but a Dark Moon clansman with a dark face. He held a sinister-looking, long sword in his hand. Veins wrapped around his body, and there was a beating heart at the center of the sword hilt. At the same time as the bronze coffin opened, an unprecedented murderous aura erupted. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed. They suddenly looked towards the bronze coffin. When they saw the sinister-looking sword, they were pleasantly surprised. Emperor Killing Sword. The alliance of the 5 sects was searching for the sword, but it was hidden right under their noses. If Gu Xing had not opened the bronze coffin, they probably would not have known that the Emperor Killing Sword was here. Gu Xing sighed softly. "I finally found you." He reached out and grabbed the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword seemed to sense him and trembled in excitement. Dozens of meridians were pulled out of the dark moon clansman's palm. They prepared to leave him and be controlled by Gushing. The master of Windcloud Heights, the palace master of Green Nether Mansion, and the pavilion master of Sealed Sword Pavilion were all shocked. They gave up fighting and rushed over. What was more important than the Emperor Killing Sword? But they were very far away, and Gushing came prepared. He could grab the Emperor Killing Sword with just a finger's distance. How difficult would it be to stop him? Yet, just as Gushing sighed softly, a soft sigh came from his shoulder. What a surprise! So your goal in sneaking into Windcloud Heights is the Emperor Killing Sword. Who was it? Gushing's pupils shrank, but his hand reached for the Emperor Killing Sword even faster. Crack! At this moment, a spatial barrier appeared between his finger and the Emperor Killing Sword. When his finger touched it, it was isolated by space. Then, the spatial barrier shot out countless sharp spatial spikes that swept towards him. Gushing's expression changed. He could only give up on the Emperor Killing Sword and quickly retreat. Under his shocked gaze, a speck of dust between him and the bronze coffin folded into a figure. Seeing the figure, Gushing was shocked. Sect Master Baiyu. Sect Master Baiyu, who was the first to die, had been hiding on his shoulder and only attacked now. Sect Master Baiyu placed his hands behind his back and sized him up. You know the whereabouts of the scabbard and know that the Emperor Killing Sword is hidden here. You even dare to touch it with your hand. I am very curious. Who are you? Of course, he did not die in the passageway. He was already on guard against the Manor Lord. How could he fall for it so easily? The instant the passageway was compressed, he used spatial folding and turned into a speck of dust that landed on Gushing's shoulder. He secretly watched Gushing's every move and controlled the situation through exalted Baoquan. From the looks of it, the situation was slightly out of control. The Emperor Killing Sword was actually hidden here. No wonder the ancient tomb's seal was damaged. It was probably damaged when the Emperor Killing Sword barged in. Back then, it had been injured by the White Sun Divine Stone and had been hiding here to recuperate with the help of the heavenly astral 9 suns and 9 Inare. At this moment, he stared at Gushing. He had already activated Truth Listener to hear what Gushing was thinking. Who is Sect Master Baiyu? How is it possible for him to grasp spatial laws? Didn't I hear that he is the weakest Sect Master Baiyu? But why does he give off the most unfathomable feeling? It seems like I have been targeted by him since the beginning. Sect Master Baiyu said calmly, I will ask you again. Who are you? Gushing's heart skipped a beat and he panicked. It's over. I'm afraid I'm going to fall into Sect Master Baiyu's hands. Junior sister is still outside. What should I do? She is still waiting for me. I can't just wait for death. Junior sister? The person who had transmitted his memories to him? However, after hearing his last thoughts, Su Yu immediately became vigilant. Crack! Almost at this moment, the dark-skinned youth in the bronze coffin suddenly moved. The blood threads that had been extracted from his body merged back into his body, and he controlled them to slash at Su Yu's back. Su Yu was prepared and dodged in time. The attack of the Emperor Killing Sword, no matter how weak it was, should not be underestimated. Moreover, this attack was not weak at all. It had surpassed the power of the great Deacon of Clear Sky in the past. This attack had almost surpassed the level of a 3-crown emperor and reached the level of a 4-crown emperor. Su Yu turned his head to look in horror, and his face changed drastically. He knew the dark-skinned youth, controlled by the Emperor Killing Sword. He was just a bronze overlord. Chapter 1899. The skeleton had not completely decayed, but judging from the color of the bones, it should be the corpse of the Fengyun Manor Master, who had been buried here 30 million years ago. Half of the Emperor Killing Sword was controlling the dark-skinned youth, while the other half was controlling the skeleton. Su Yu's scalp went numb. That was the corpse of a 3-crown emperor. Controlled by the Emperor Killing Sword, it could exert a terrifying power close to that of a 4-crown emperor. He dodged the sword, but the pavilion master of the sealed sword pavilion, who had just arrived, was not so lucky. He was hit by the sword chi. In an instant his whole body turned black, emitting a thick aura of death. With Suyu's soul eyes, he saw with his own eyes that his soul had been destroyed by a pitch-black, murderous aura. He could not be more dead. A magnificent three-crown emperor was killed by a single sword just like that. The Fengyun Manor Master and the Qingming Manor Master, who had just arrived, were shocked, retreating frantically. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was slightly relieved. He shouted, "Ignore them. Let's leave this place first." The emperor-killing sword obeyed someone's control, striking toward the seal. The seal, which required them to work together to open, was cut open by a sword that was as tall as two people. Gu Xing took advantage of the opportunity to escape. The emperor-killing sword's murderous intent did not diminish. It stared at Suyu as if it recognized him. It wanted to slash at him from afar. Suyu's expression turned cold. He immediately summoned Master Bao Kuan and the puppet to fly over to block the attack. At the same time, he secretly activated the dragon-shaped necklace on his neck. But at that moment, there was a ripple in the sky above the emperor-killing sword. The saint lady, who should have been dead, appeared without warning. She condensed a long knife made of the power of faith in her palm and slashed down from the sky. It accurately and abruptly slashed at the bloodline connecting the emperor-killing sword and the skeleton. Suddenly, the bloodline was split into two. The connection between the emperor-killing sword and the skeleton was immediately severed. The power of the sword he had unleashed toward Suyu was immediately weakened, only equivalent to the power of a silver overlord. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, waving his sleeves to dismiss it. The emperor-killer's sword saw that the situation was not good, so it controlled the tanned youth to turn around and flee out of the seal. Humph! Suyu did not give chase. Even if he did, he would not be able to do anything. He took out a huge bow that was as tall as a person and pulled the bowstring back 6 inches. Now that he was half a step away from becoming a martial emperor, his physical strength was much greater than before. He easily pulled back 6 inches, knocked the arrow, and shot it out in an instant. Ding! What followed was a whimper of the sword. It had been severely injured by the Tianyi bow. The emperor-killing sword was injured, so it borrowed the force to tear through the sky and quickly escaped. In the blink of an eye, its aura disappeared without a trace. Its escape made everyone in the house heave a sigh of relief. Facing the terror of this sword, no one had any confidence. In the midst of everyone's confusion, the palace lord of Green Nether Mansion suddenly let out a furious roar, followed by a blood-curdling scream. A jade rui pierced through his abdomen from the front to the back. It was the master of Windcloud Heights who reacted first and launched a sneak attack on the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion. The rui jade was an heirloom of the Windcloud Villa. It contained the power of the heavenly star 9 Yin and 9 Yang, and was extremely powerful. It unexpectedly pierced through the body of the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion. The power of the formation gushed into his body like a flood. It shattered the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion from the inside out, including his soul. He, the master of Windcloud Heights, held the Rui Jade, which was dripping with blood, and stared coldly at the people present. Master Bao Kuan, the puppet, the Baiwa sect master, the saint, and the manor master's wife. Without the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion, who was a middle-stage, 3-crown martial emperor, they were no match for him. Killing them was extremely easy. Even the heavens are helping me. Now that I have killed the cabinet master of the Fengjian Pavilion, I have saved 10 starstones, and I have also killed the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion. The master of Windcloud Heights laughed heartily. It turned out that he had an agreement with the cabinet master of the Fengjian Pavilion. The master of Windcloud Heights had given him 10 starstones as a reward for helping the master of Windcloud Heights kill the leaders of the other 3 factions and become the next alliance master. Now that he was dead and the people present were weak, killing them was extremely easy. Sect Master, how is your relationship with Master Baokuin? The Manor Master's wife, who was watching coldly from the side, suddenly asked. Suyu looked at her and said, Very good, he can be trusted. I can see that. The Manor Master's wife nodded. If that is the case, then there is no need to use the Manor Master to kill everyone. I can do it now. Oh, Suyu was extremely surprised. The Manor Master's wife's plan to poison the Manor Master with the fake star stones had obviously been discovered. Did she still have a backup plan? The Manor Master's wife laughed coldly. Haha, madam. You are still pretending to be mysterious, even at death's door. If you really had the ability to deal with me, you would not have waited until now. The Manor Master's wife shook her head pitifully. You are wrong. I waited until now to let you kill the Mansion Master of Green Nether Mansion and the Cabinet Master of the Fengjian Pavilion. Do you think that if I wanted to poison you, you would easily discover my plan? After all, you are a high and mighty 3-crown martial emperor, and I am just a weak woman. Why would I act rashly? The fake star stones were just a smokescreen to let you come to the Fengyun ancient tomb. The Manor Master's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, Madam, you do not have to scare me. With your abilities, what threat can you pose to me? Even though he said that, he was still looking left and right, extremely vigilant. The Manor Master's wife said calmly, My abilities are naturally not worth mentioning. However, when you schemed to seize the many legacies of the Fengyun Manor, there was only one legacy that you did not master. She gently cut her wrist with her finger, and a drop of divine blood fell onto the ground of the ancient tomb. Her divine blood contained extremely dense yin and yang energy, and after it seeped into the ground, the heavenly star 9 yin and 9 yang great formation that had been shut down was activated again. Within a 30-foot radius around her, the ground was dark, and the formation was not activated. It covered Suyu, esteemed Baokuin, the puppet, and the Saint Lady. The other places, apart from the offering table, were all activated. The place where the Manor Master was standing was the place where the formation was activated. Moreover, it was a dangerous area. Sizzle! Thick smoke immediately appeared beneath the Manor Master's feet, and balls of extremely powerful flames were spat out. The flames were powerful enough to harm the 3-crown martial emperor. Ah! The Manor Master cried out in pain, and wanted to jump to the safety of the green stone slab. However, the heavenly star 9 yin and 9 yang great formation coincided with the 64 transformations of the Big Dipper, and a simple movement could trigger a transformation. The Manor Master stepped towards the safety of the green stone slab and triggered the formation. The green stone slab, which was supposed to be safe, became a murderous area. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful thunderbolt descended, and he was blown away. Now, even the Manor Master could not tell which of the green stone slabs were safe and which were dangerous. Just like that, he tried dozens of times to break out of the encirclement, but in the end he did not succeed. He was continuously hit by the 3-crown martial emperor's attacks, dozens of times. No matter how strong he was, he could not be more powerful than the attacks of the enormous formation. Finally, with a miserable shriek, he was blasted into a bloody mess. His soul was extremely weak, and he could no longer put up any effective resistance. This was the power of the Great Formation. If he took a wrong step, he would be continuously attacked until he collapsed completely. The Manor Master's wife walked over, and wherever she passed, the originally dangerous areas were all safe. It was as if the entire formation obeyed her orders. Standing in front of the Manor Master, her eyes were filled with hatred, and a deep murderous intent surged in her eyes. Lu Wuming, you must be very curious why my blood can activate the Great Formation, and why I can control the Great Formation without relying on the Jade Rui, right? Lu Wuming forced his eyes open, and they were filled with weakness and confusion. The manor master's wife's lips curled into a cold smile, and she said with pity, "You never knew my real surname, right? My surname is Sima, and my father is Sima Yen." Lu Wuming's eyes opened wide, and he stared at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Sima Yen was the real name of the manor master of Wind Cloud Villa, but he should be dead. "I really want to kill you every day and night. However, I know that if you die, Wind Cloud Villa will be completely finished. So, I will let you live, but you will live like a puppet." She took out a crystal-shaped spiritual worm and said, "This is the soul-controlling worm that I spent my entire life to obtain. With it, you will lose your sense of self, and from then on, you will only listen to me." She stuffed the spiritual worm into Lu Wuming's mouth and let it burrow into his divine crystal of soul. Not long after, Lu Wuming stood up expressionlessly, grabbed the top of his head, and peeled off a layer of skin. His appearance was actually fake. Inside was a being with dark skin. The Dark Moon Clan. Everyone knew that Wind Cloud Villa was a foreign force, and every generation of Manor Master was a direct descendant. How could the Dark Moon Clan be the Manor Master? Without a doubt, he was a fake Manor Master. Su Yu and the Saint Maiden were secretly shocked. The world-famous Manor Master of Wind Cloud Villa was actually the Dark Moon Clan. When did the real Manor Master die? And who was the Manor Master's wife? "Greetings, Master," Lu Wuming said respectfully, and there was not a shred of self-conceit in his eyes. While they were shocked and confused, the Manor Master's wife wiped the divine blood on her wrist and said calmly, "Let's go." With a wave of her hand, she opened the seal without the use of the jade scepter. Then she let everyone out of the ancient tomb safely and returned to the Wind Cloud Villa in the sky from the underground meteorite. "All of you can leave first. I have something to say to the Baiwe sect master alone." The charming look of the Manor Master's wife was gone, replaced by coldness and majesty. She had Lu Wuming, the puppet, and no one present could rival her. The Saint Maiden looked at the Baiwe sect master worriedly and retreated with Lord Baokuin and the puppet. Su Yu had mixed feelings. He said leisurely, "Should I call you Manor Master's wife or Miss Sima?" What she said just now was very clear. She was Sima Yan's daughter. In other words, she was the eldest daughter of the Wind Cloud Villa. "My name is Sima Biyun." Probably no one remembers this name anymore. Sima Biyun turned around and stared at the Baiwe sect master with a complicated look. "Then, can you tell me your name too?" Su Yu said, "Don't you know my name? Little Ying?" Sima Biyun smiled and looked at Su Yu deeply. "The Baiwe sect master has never called me Little Ying. He only calls me Yin'er." Su Yu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Oh, so I gave myself away the first time we met?" A faint murderous look appeared in Su Yu's eyes. This woman was really good at acting. Chapter 1900. He thought he had successfully deceived her, but she had known from the start that Su Yu was the fake Baiwe sect leader. He still had to use his identity as the Baiwe sect leader to prevent this woman from exposing his identity. "You want to kill me? Are you sure you can defeat Lu Wuming?" Sima Biyun asked with a faint smile. Su Yu said calmly, "If you had Lu Wuming's strength, it would be difficult to kill you. But if you are just a puppet, I have my ways." Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes flashed with two sharp soul thorns shooting into her eyes. In an instant, Sima Biyun's eyes lost consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu stabbed his sword at her vitals. Until now, Lu Wuming had not done anything. When Sima Biyun woke up, a sword was already at her forehead. The powerful sword energy could kill her in an instant. A look of shock and apprehension appeared on his handsome face. Clang! However, Su Yu retracted his sword and said coldly, "As you can see, it is very easy to kill you." Sima Biyun took a deep breath and stared at Su Yu. After calming down, she said, "But you did not kill me." She looked at Su Yu curiously, her thoughts racing. My sword does not kill innocent people, Suyu said indifferently. He looked at Sima Biyun and said, since you've discovered that I'm a fake Baiwa sect leader, you've never exposed me or used the power of the formation to kill me. I think you want to cooperate with me, don't you? Sima Biyun was slightly surprised. At Suyu's level, many creatures should have died at his hands. Not killing innocent people? No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like a high-sounding boast. However, he was indeed very smart. Yes, I hoped you could help me. That is why I did not harm you even though I knew you were fake, Sima Biyun said. Originally, I hoped that the real Baiwa sect leader would help me. Now that you have replaced him, you must be stronger than him. She was not stronger, but she was indeed better at controlling the situation. Well, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? So you said. Sima Biyun's eyes flashed coldly. Destroy the holy mountain and kill the king of darkness. Suyu raised his eyebrows, his heart trembling violently. Kill the king of darkness, the peak existence of the Four-Crown Emperor? Was she crazy? She dared to oppose the king of darkness. I can't believe that the Baiwa sect leader would be so stupid as to agree to cooperate with you. Suyu shook his head slightly. You are seeking death. Sima Biyun said faintly, Sect Master Baiyu isn't an idiot. Since he dared to agree, there must be a reason. Do you know why our Wind Cloud Villa is able to stand tall until now? Sima Biyun asked. Suyu had thought about this problem before. Even if the first master of the Dark Star civilization had established himself as a Four-Crown ruler, his descendants did not have the strength of a Four-Crown ruler. How did the guardian god of the Dark Star civilization, the Dark King, tolerate them until now? If he was the king of king, he would have killed the Yuhad immediately. He would have killed him to the mountain the first he killed. That's because the celestial star 9 and 9 Yang Great Formation, left by our ancestors, was prepared to guard against the King of Darkness. If he dares to set foot in the Wind Cloud Villa, the celestial star 9 and 9 Yang Great Formation will be fully activated and kill the Four-Crown Emperor. Suyu's eyelids twitched. Was the formation that powerful? The power of the Four-Crown Emperor was undeniable. He did not believe that a formation left behind by a Four-Crown Emperor would have such destructive power. However, the King of Darkness did not dare to step into the Gale Cloud Villa. How do you plan to kill him? He is not stupid. He will not come to the formation, Suyu said. Sima Biyun smiled crazily. That is easy to say. If he does not come to the formation, we will cover the entire Dark Star civilization and kill everyone except us, including the King of Darkness. Suyu frowned deeply. Could it be that you really think that our ancestors paid such a huge price just to create a few starstones? Sima Biyun shook her head. You underestimate the ancestors' understanding of the Great Yin-Yang Formation. The formation has been absorbing energy for hundreds of millions of years. Only 1% of the energy was used to condense the starstones. The remaining 99% of the energy is hidden in the formation. As long as this energy is used, killing the King of Darkness will be a piece of cake. Sima Biyun was very confident. It had been absorbing energy for 100 million years. If most of it was left behind, it would have unimaginable power. Then what do you lack? Your blood can directly activate the formation. It is even more powerful than the Jade Rui. Why don't you do it directly? Suyu asked. Because there's one thing missing to activate the formation, Sima Biyun said. Suyu's eyes flashed, but he did not ask. This involved the core secret of the Gale Cloud Villa. If she was not willing to tell him, there was no point in asking. That is the formation stone that the ancestor brought from the outside world. It has incredible power. It is also the formation eye of the heavenly star 9 and 9 Yang Great Formation. If you find it, you will be able to unleash the true power of the formation, Sima Biyun said. She did not mind telling him all the information. Where is the formation stone? Suyu asked. Did your ancestor not pass it on? Haha, it was lost long ago. Otherwise, the villa would not have fallen to this day. Sima Biyun sighed. Not long after the heavenly star 9 and 9 Yang Great Formation was built, the King of Darkness sensed the threat of the formation and came to fight with the ancestor. The two of them fought from the Dark Star civilization to the outside world and back again. Later, the King of Darkness returned to the sacred mountain, but our ancestor never returned. So the formation stone must have fallen into the hands of the King of Darkness. The strength of the King of Darkness was not to be underestimated. At first, it was rumored that the King of Darkness had personally suppressed a 4-crown emperor from the outside world who had come to cause trouble under the sacred mountain. Unexpectedly, even the first master of the Gale Cloud Villa had died at the hands of the King of Darkness. Do you want me to help you take back the formation stone from the sacred mountain? That is too difficult. Suyu shook his head slightly. Fighting with a 4-crown emperor for the formation stone was really a death sentence. Sima Biyun said, Don't you want to take the risk? If you succeed, the whole Dark Star civilization will be yours from now on. Unfortunately, Suyu was not tempted. He stood up slowly. Compared to power, my life is more important. Then you don't want to go to a 5-star civilization. Sima Biyun threw out another piece of important news. 5-star civilization? That was an extremely distant existence. According to Suyu's understanding of the Great Beginning Realm, it would take at least 10 years for the nearest 5-star civilization to fly slowly by meteorite. Even if they used the Star Stone, they would have to spend no less than 10 star stones, and with the help of enormous power, they could only be transported to a 5-star civilization. The strength of a 5-star civilization was far beyond that of a 4-star civilization. A 5-star civilization could rule over thousands of 4-star civilizations. The range of influence could be said to be boundless. As a creature of a 4-star civilization, if he could enter a 5-star civilization, he would be more than happy to do so. To tell you the truth, my ancestor came from a 5-star civilization, the Tai Chi civilization. There's a star map of that civilization in the villa, and I still have the 10 star stones condensed this time. Once you help me get the formation stone, I will send you to the Tai Chi civilization immediately. This was the reason why the Bai West sect master was willing to cooperate with Sima Biyun. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. The Tai Chi civilization wasn't that the civilization where Huangfu Liang came from. Moreover, he was a disciple of the founding force of the Tai Chi civilization, the Tai Chi faction. The ancestor of the Wind Cloud Villa was from the Tai Chi faction. It was a little unbelievable. With all due respect, even the King of Darkness does not have the ability to send a person to a 5-star civilization. Only the Wind Cloud Villa has the resources to do so, Sima Biyun said further. Suyu was deep in thought. His ambition was never the Dark Star civilization, but a deeper and more distant civilization, the pinnacle of the martial path. He would not stay in the Dark Star civilization forever, and he would choose to leave sooner or later. His ears twitched, trying to find out what she was thinking. After a moment, he fell silent. This woman was not lying. She wanted to go to a 5-star civilization, and the King of Darkness could not do anything about it. He could only choose to cross the void by meteorite, not to mention the dangers along the way. What was the probability of crossing thousands of 4-star civilizations alive to reach a 5-star civilization? The loss of 10 years alone was not worth the gain. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said, I can only agree to give it a try. It would be best if I can get the formation stone. But if I can't, don't blame me for not trying hard enough. Sima Biyun was delighted. I know it is difficult to get the formation stone, but you can try. If there is anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Suyu nodded his head. Then how should I address you? Bai West sect leader. Then, do you still need me to continue to be your mistress? To be honest, You are much better than the Bai West sect leader. Sima Biyun said with a faint smile. No need. Suyu refused without hesitation. It was better to stay away from a woman who could put on a good show. Suyu stared at Lu Wuming and said, The reason you are so eager to kill the King of Darkness is because he killed your father? There would always be a commotion when killing someone. A descendant who had been separated by hundreds of millions of years would most likely not make an enemy of a four-crowned emperor because of the hatred of his ancestors. A trace of sadness and hatred flashed across Sima Biyun's face. Yes, 10 million years ago, when my father was away from the villa, the King of Darkness personally killed my father and had his disciple, Lu Wuming, disguise himself as my father. Then, over hundreds of years, he used all sorts of methods to kill many of his people. Only I was still young and was taken away by my mother, who sensed something was wrong. I fled to the north and hid my identity. When I grew up, I tried my best to sneak into the Wind Cloud Villa and became his wife. At this point, she shed bitter tears. But because of this, she had the opportunity to get rid of Lu Wuming. Suyu sighed inwardly. The two of them continued to discuss for half a day. The content of the agreement was that Sima Biyun would control Lu Wuming and continue to disguise himself as the master of the Wind Cloud Villa. He would control the alliance of 5 factions and give orders as the alliance master, obeying Suyu's orders. Chapter 1901. In exchange, Suyu would head to the Holy Mountain to obtain the formation stones. After they had come to an agreement, Suyu returned to his room. After he thought for a moment, he took out the 2 items that Sima Biyun had given him. It was also a black stone, a star stone. The other 9 were in her hands. Once the King of Darkness was eliminated, she would give them to Suyu. It was also a token with the words Qingming carved on it. This was the identity token of the palace master of Green Nether Mansion. As Suyu waved his hand, Lord Baokuin and another puppet appeared. He threw out a set of extremely black robes and covered the puppet's body. At the same time, he hung the Qingming token on his body. Then he separated a portion of his soul and sent it into the puppet. Slowly fuse with the puppet for a year, Suyu said calmly. Yes. The palace lord of Green Nether Mansion nodded blankly. As a result, out of the 5 sects in the south, he alone controlled 3 of them. Moon Worshipping Cult, Dustless Moon Sect, and Green Netherworld Manor. Moreover, with Sima Biyun's assistance, it could be said that all of the southern influences were under Suyu's control. With such a vast force, finding the Emperor-killing sword would be much easier. 2 days later, there was news from the Wind Cloud Villa. The Emperor-killing sword that had escaped was injured, and it went north, disappearing without a trace. On the other hand, Gu Xing, the disciple of the mansion master of Green Nether Mansion, had fled from the territory of Gale Cloud Villa that very night. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that disciple named Gu Xing obtaining the Emperor-killing sword. Since they had separated, there was still a chance. Send my orders to the 5 factions. Put a bounty on Gu Xing's head, Suyu ordered. Sima Biyun nodded and passed down the order through Lu Wuming, issuing a wanted order in the name of the 5-sect alliance. Very quickly, the news spread throughout the 5-sect alliance. Gu Xing's wanted posters were posted everywhere. Half a month later, within the sealed sword pavilion, Zhan Wushuang and Han Xian were walking in the city. Senior brother, your name has basically resounded through half of the Darkstar civilization, Han Xian teased. She was not worried about his safety at all. Because the beings of the Darkstar civilization were afraid of sunlight, they all wore black robes and did not show their faces. The so-called wanted poster only had the body but not the face. Finding the person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhan Wushuang chuckled, but his heart was heavy. The monarch killer sword was startled and fled far away. It would not appear again for a short period of time. Senior brother, do you think the 5-sex alliance leaders are stupid? Han Xian curled her lips and said, He knows that the arrest warrant is useless, but he still wants you. Zhan Wushuang shook his head and said, "He isn't putting a bounty on me. Instead, he's using this to send me a message. He won't let me obtain the Emperor Killer's sword easily." "Are you talking about the leaders of the 5 sects?" "No, I'm talking about sect leader Baiwei." Zhan Wushuang's eyes were very solemn. Han Xian was surprised. "Him. That's right. Among the leaders of the 5 sects, the most unfathomable one is not the villa master of the Wind Cloud Villa, but the sect master of the moon worshipping sect." Zhan Wushuang recalled the scene in the stone room where the other party had destroyed his chance to obtain the slaughter sword at the critical moment. His heart was abnormally heavy. The 4 leaders schemed against each other, but the one who schemed the most was the Reverend's Moon, sect leader. He had already seen through his plan of coming to the stone chamber. Moreover, he had long since taken precautions. Just this terrifying insight alone made Zhan Wushuang raise his guard to the maximum. The Reverend's Moon sect leader. Who is the weakest in the 5 sects alliance? Han Xian asked in confusion. Is he really that powerful? Zhan Wushuang nodded slowly, looking toward the northern horizon. I have a feeling that the biggest obstacle to me obtaining the Emperor Killer sword might be him, at that moment somewhere else. On the border between the north and the south was a barren grassland. A man in a black robe was walking alone on the grassland where ferocious beasts roamed. When the ferocious beasts hidden in the dark discovered this person, they did not pounce toward him. Instead, they turned and ran, afraid of being discovered by this person. Arriving in front of a lake, the man in the black robe stopped. He took off the black robe on his head, revealing the face of a silver-haired human. He was Suyu, who was heading toward the Holy Mountain. This place was already within the boundaries of the Holy Mountain. It was also the central region of the Dark Star civilization. With the Holy Mountain as the center, it was the territory of the Holy Mountain. In terms of size, it was comparable to the moon-worshipping cult and the dustless moon sect combined. The grassland before him was part of the Holy Mountain's territory. Sima Bean probably didn't expect that I would come to the Holy Mountain, even if I didn't help her obtain the formation stones. Su Yu touched the jade pendant at his waist, because the scabbard is also at the Holy Mountain. This was the information that Su Yu had obtained from Guxing's dream. The scabbard was in the sacred mountain. Moreover, it was at the peak of the sacred mountain, where the King of Darkness rested. Firstly, he wanted to find the scabbard, and secondly, he wanted to obtain the formation stone. At the very least, he needed to have a detailed understanding of the sacred mountain. Unfortunately, the leaders of the 10 major factions had never been qualified to ascend the sacred mountain. They also did not know the specific details of the sacred mountain. Su Yu could only think of a way by himself. It had only been 10 days since he entered the sacred mountain, and it would still take him half a year to reach the sacred mountain. With Su Yu's yin-yang escape technique, he could traverse the entire Dark Star civilization in half a year's time. It would only take him 2 months to travel a mere few 100 trillion miles. The reason he needed half a year was because of the special pressure around the sacred mountain. As soon as he entered, he could clearly feel the pressure. The divine power in his body was rather sluggish, not even half of what it was normally. Moreover, the higher the altitude, the greater the pressure. Is this the pressure of the sacred mountain? The rumors are true. Before coming here, he had browsed through some simple information. Within the area covered by the sacred mountain, all creatures were suppressed. The power of that suppression originated from the sacred mountain. Regardless of whether it was the divine warriors of heaven and earth or the overlords, their strength would be suppressed by more than half. Moreover, they could not fly at high altitudes, let alone teleport. They could only rely on their feet to walk and simple low-altitude flight. Therefore, the journey would be extraordinarily long. He stopped for a while by the silver-white lake in front of him to recover the divine power that he had lost. Using the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole all the way here, he was a little tired. sitting cross-legged by the lake. Su-yu immediately closed his eyes and began to recover. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he opened them slightly and stared at the silver lake in surprise. He sensed thousands of strange souls quickly rising from the bottom of the lake and rushing towards him. Those souls were all incomplete, as if they were born this way. Gulp! Suddenly, a creature that looked like a toad scuttled out of the silver lake and jumped toward Su-yu. The toad's cultivation was not weak. It was actually at the level of a golden overlord. It was quite dangerous for anyone below the level of a silver overlord to encounter it. Su-yu was about to kill it without batting an eyelid. All of a sudden, an ear-piercing whistle of an arrow came from behind, piercing the toad and killing it on the spot. The toads that had emerged from the water saw the scene and lay motionless on the surface of the silver lake, staring at the two people who were slowly walking towards the lakeside. It was a man and a woman. Strangely, they were not people of the Dark Star civilization, but humans. The old man was about 80 years old, and his cultivation was at the level of a single-crowned divine warrior. The young girl beside him was no more than 20 years old and only had the cultivation of a peak overlord. At this moment, the young girl was holding a black crossbow in her hand. She was the one who had shot the arrow just now. Grandpa, the outsiders these days are really bold. They dare to train by the lakeside without knowing the toad lake clearly. They won't even know how they died. The young girl tilted her head and looked at Su-yu, shaking her head. Su-yu looked at the two of them in surprise. As the holy land of the Dark Star civilization, humans were allowed to roam freely? The old man said, "Dyer, take care of the toad. Don't let its soul escape." The young girl nodded and rushed over quickly. With a small fireball, she burned the toad's corpse and soul on the spot. Su-yu saw with his own eyes that the toad's soul tried to escape the moment it was burned. Moreover, the soul changed when it left the body. It became extremely evil and ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, full of resentment. Clapping her hands, the young girl looked at Su-yu and said, "Why are you still standing by the lakeside? Do you want to feed the toads?" Su-yu nodded and left the lakeside with his hands clasped behind his back. He cupped his fists at the old man and said, "Thank you for saving me." "Hey!" The young girl put her hands on her hips and stared at Su-yu. "Are your eyes not working? The person who saved you is me, it's me." Su-yu smiled. She was indeed the one who shot the arrow, but it was the old man who had frightened the toads that were about to jump onto the lake. She couldn't save him with just one arrow, although Su-yu didn't need their help at all. "Don't worry, it's nothing." The old man nodded and called out to the young girl. "Let's go back to the tribe." Su-yu thought for a moment and said, "Please wait." The old man turned around and looked at him. There was a hint of rejection in his eyes. Su-yu understood and took off the hat on his head, revealing his human face. The old man was surprised, and his eyes softened a lot. The young girl next to him covered her mouth and looked at Su-yu in surprise. "Wow, you are a ridiculously handsome human. Well, my arrow didn't go to waste. So, you are a fellow human." The old man smiled. "Why did you call us?" Su-yu cupped his fists and said, "I came from the territory of the moon worshipping cult, and I want to go to the holy mountain to pay my respects. However, I know nothing about the rules of the holy mountain. Can you tell me some relevant information?" Countless creatures came to the holy mountain to pay their respects every year, so the grandfather and grandson were not surprised. "I see. If you don't mind, you can come to my tribe as a guest. It is also the only way for you to go to the holy mountain," the old man said. Su-yu cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you, elder." The young girl tilted her head and said, "Grandfather, why did you bring him back to the tribe? You are not a good person." The old man blew his beard and glared at her. "How can you talk about your grandfather like that? I am indeed not a good person, but this fellow is quite talented. At such a young age he is already a half-step martial artist, and his divine energy is quite strong. The possibility of him becoming a martial artist is very high. It is not a bad thing to bring him back to make friends. Will that be a bad thing? Our leader is still waiting for us to bring back the goods we bought from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Will it be risky to bring a stranger along? The old man shook his head slightly. Don't worry. Those who dare to stay at Toad Lake are obviously not familiar with the Holy Mountain. They are probably not from the Wolf Smoke tribe. Su Yu's ears twitched slightly, trying to eavesdrop on their inner thoughts. Goods? Is it something important? Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled slightly. Chapter 1902. His gaze penetrated the space and saw dozens of ferocious beasts, each of which was 30 feet tall, rumbling towards them from the grassland. Their legs were powerful, and their bodies were heavy. Every step they took caused the earth to rumble and shake. Even the Toad Lake was affected. Ripples appeared, scaring away the toads that had emerged from the water. The old man frowned and said, I don't mean well. Dyer, let's go. The girl became vigilant and glanced at Su Yu before leaving. What about him, Grandpa? If the people chasing them were really from the Wolf Smoke tribe, there was no possibility of Su Yu being left alive. At the very least, his soul would be searched. Him. The old man looked hesitant. Normally, it would be fine to bring him along, but now that they were being chased, he would be a burden. Grandpa, help the Buddha to the west. Since I'm a good person, you should take him along. The young girl winked playfully. The old man looked at her affectionately and said helplessly, You! He turned to look at Su Yu and said, My little friend, come with us. Then he grabbed Su Yu's right hand with his left hand and held his granddaughter's hand with his left. Then the desolate power in his body surged violently and turned into a spring. He flew out like a grasshopper, jumping rapidly between heaven and earth. Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth couldn't fly freely. They had to rely on the desolate power to travel on foot. The pressure on the holy mountain was immense. Su Yu said, Thank you for saving me. He took another look at the girl. Although she was unruly, she was pure and kind. What are you looking at? My fists are as beautiful as my face. The girl raised her fist with a faint smile, thinking that Su Yu was lusting after her beauty. Su Yu was amused. She was indeed beautiful, just like Qin Xianer when he first met her. She was unruly, willful, and pure. As he thought of this, a trace of nostalgia appeared at the corner of his mouth. How was Xianer now after she was taken away by the Xianming Pathmaster? Xia Jingyu was fine. What about her? If he hadn't met the girl in front of him, he couldn't remember how long he hadn't missed her. Xianer running into me is really unfortunate for her. Su Yu sighed softly. If she had not met Su Yu, Qin Xianer would have been naive and lively, living a carefree life under the protection of the Duke of Xinyu. She had her own husband, her own children, her own family. Unlike now, he had to leave his hometown and live in a foreign land without anyone to rely on. He owed Xian, or too much. When he looked at the young lady in front of him again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy. Hey, you're still looking. Do you believe that I will shoot an arrow at you? The young girl pouted and waved the crossbow in her hand as she glared at Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled and turned his head to look ahead. Even without looking back, he knew that this pair of grandfather and grandson would not be able to escape. The savage beast behind him was simply too fast. In less than 2 hours, it would catch up to him. The auras of the creatures standing on top of the beasts were also very powerful. The weakest of them was at least half a step into the Emperor realm, while the strongest ones were at the single crown Emperor realm. The elder had a premonition that something was amiss. He looked back at the billowing smoke and dust in the sky behind him, his expression grave. I'm afraid we can't escape. The elder gradually came to a stop, took out a storage device from his sleeve, and handed it to the young girl. Then he looked at Su Yu and said, My young friend, the pursuers will probably focus on me, so please escort Dai to the Rising Sun tribe. As long as she arrives safely, our tribe will satisfy you with whatever help you need. Was he luring the enemy away? His cultivation was the strongest. As long as the enemy was not stupid, they would have a reason to believe that the goods were in his hands. Su Yu shook his head. I don't think there's any point in running away separately. There is a very strong aura in this storage device. They were able to accurately find you in the vast prairie because of this aura. The elder's eyes narrowed as he stared at Su Yu. He took the storage device and scanned it. There was no obvious aura. Wait. Suddenly, the elder took out a palm-sized purple gold material from the storage device. It looked ordinary, but if one were to sense it carefully, one would notice that there was an extremely obscure soul aura attached to it. If it wasn't for Su Yu's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to detect such a weak soul aura fluctuation under normal circumstances. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The elder clenched his fist and was about to crush the item when he heard Su Yu say calmly, If I were you, I would use the aura of this item to lure away all the pursuers. Hearing that, the elder's palm paused and his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Yu again, nodded slightly, and took out a strange beast the size of a puppy. It had a light body, slender limbs, and a timid personality. It was obviously a small beast that excelled at escaping. The elder tied the material to the small beast, then patted its body. The frightened small beast immediately ran away, fleeing into the distance. Let's go this way. The elder grabbed Su Yu and Dai, and leaped in another direction. 2 hours later, the elder stopped and looked back. His face was filled with relief. The pursuers had indeed disappeared. They had successfully shaken them off. We're safe. The elder heaved a sigh of relief. Dyer patted her chest and took a deep breath. That was close. Strange. When did our goods get tampered with? The elder shook his head, slightly, indicating that he did not know. He looked at Su Yu meaningfully and gently cupped his fists. Thanks to your reminder, just now, we were able to escape danger. Dai turned her head and looked at him curiously. I didn't expect you to be so smart, even though you look so stupid. Not bad. Now that you've come to our tribe, I'll treat you to roasted earth dragons. Su Yu smiled calmly. Now is not the time to be happy. Who knows if the other goods were tampered with? It's better to return to the tribe as soon as possible. Hearing that, the elder nodded, but as he turned around, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Half a month later, beside a clear river, tens of thousands of tents, large and small, bloomed like mushrooms on a fertile land. There were many people coming and going, no less than 10 million. It turned out that every tent was a cavern world that could accommodate many people. This was the Rising Sun tribe. We've finally arrived safely. The elder breathed a sigh of relief and led the two into a golden tent. There was another world inside. There were countless mountains and rivers, and it was bustling with people. As soon as they entered, dozens of half-step emperors of the human race appeared, looking pleasantly surprised. The Realm Lord is back. It's the Realm Lord. Greetings, Realm Lord. The elder nodded affectionately and said, Was the cavern world peaceful when I was away? One of the women said, Fortunately, although some creatures abandoned themselves and became bandits, killing and looting everywhere, we eliminated them in time and did not cause too many casualties. That's good. The elder frowned slightly at first, then relaxed. Su Yu was a little surprised. At the realm of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, there were very few who cared about the life and death of ordinary creatures in the cavern world. The elder in front of him was a surprise. You guys continue to patrol, the elder said, taking Su Yu and Dai, back to a relatively simple house in the cavern world. The house was located on an ordinary mountain, but near the mountain, there were cities built one after another. Countless creatures worshipped in the direction of the mountain all the time, vaguely regarding the elder as their god. Surprised? My grandfather is the master of the cavern world, and everyone worships him, Dyer said proudly. Su Yu did not speak, squinting at the sky. In the world that ordinary people could not see, A trace of strange power flowed from the bodies of the people to the mountain. At the top of the mountain, it converged into a spiritual pool. Faith. Looking back, Suyu opened his soul eyes, and his pupils shrank to find that the elder soul was full of dense insects, which were continuously gnawing at his soul. This place was also accumulating faith like the moon worshipping cult, and the faith was also densely packed with insects. He calmly withdrew his gaze and nodded. Well, it is indeed amazing. Then the elder asked Suyu to wait for a moment, and he went to the place where the spiritual pool was located. Although the spiritual pool was protected by a formation, it could not block Suyu's eyes. In the spiritual pool, there was a lifelike statue which was constantly absorbing faith. When Suyu wanted to see the statue's true face, the statue's face became blurred, and he could not see it clearly. The elder walked in front of the statue and respectfully offered the materials he had obtained to the statue. The statue came to life and swallowed the materials. Seeing this scene, Suyu was shocked. What was that statue? You are in a daze again. I will call you Dummy from now on. Dai gave Suyu a nickname very unceremoniously. Dummy, let's go. I will show you around the Rising Sun tribe. Suyu nodded. Under her guidance, Suyu not only toured this cavern world, but also visited 7 or 8 other cavern worlds. Unsurprisingly, each cavern world had a spiritual pool to collect faith. Every spirit pool had a strange black statue on top of it. Miss, do the people of the cavern world worship the masters of the cavern world? Call me Lady Butterfly. Dai raised her neck. Suyu smiled. Lady Butterfly, that's more like it. She beamed with joy and said, That's right, the ruler is the highest deity. They treat humans as their faith and have collected quite a bit of faith energy for this. Suyu was a little surprised. Then, who is the faith energy collected for? Of course it is for our holy king. Oh, the king of darkness that you people in the outside world call, Dar said matter-of-factly. That black statue was the king of darkness. No, it should be something similar to the moon worshipping cult to pass on faith. Unexpectedly, the king of darkness was also collecting faith energy, like the moon worshipping cult. Okay, let's go home. Dai was in a good mood after a whole day of shopping. When he returned to the thatched cottage, the old man had already prepared a set of dishes and wine. Grandpa, there is spiritual wine. You are so generous. Usually you are reluctant to drink it, but today you took it out for Dummy. Dai grabbed a cup and drank it first. The elder chuckled. Come on, my little friend, sit down and have a drink. Suyu sat down, but he did not move his chopsticks or drink. He just sat there calmly. Is the food not to your taste? Shaking his head, Suyu said calmly, It is not that it is not to my taste, but I am not used to drinking poisoned wine. However, if you insist on inviting me, I will reluctantly taste the poisoned wine. Chapter 1903. Dai unhappily pouted her little mouth. Idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the drunken, immortal wine that I brewed. How could it be poison? Suddenly Dai found it difficult to breathe. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her grandfather, who was just inches away. Her grandfather's expression was cold as he stared at Suyu. I knew there was something wrong with you, he said. She grabbed Dai and fed her a pill. Dai recovered immediately and said angrily, Grandfather, are you trying to poison me? If I wanted to poison you, would I have allowed you to live until today? The old man rolled his eyes and stared at Suyu. I wanted to test this fellow clansman. Who asked you to drink it first? Dai glared at him angrily. I'm not your biological granddaughter, am I? What kind of grandfather would poison his own granddaughter? Her face was full of resentment. Suyu chuckled lightly. Hero Butterfly, don't worry. This isn't some lethal poisonous wine, and it won't do any harm to overlords like us. It will only prevent us from using our divine powers. die, or glared at her grandfather. "What are you trying to do?" The old man's eyes flashed. A desolate force suddenly pressed down and enveloped Suyu. He said coldly, "Of course I'm going to capture him and investigate him thoroughly." "Ah, grandfather, are you crazy?" Dai said in shock. However, the old man grabbed Suyu's shoulder and asked in a stern voice, "Who are you?" Suyu did not move, allowing the old man to grab him. To be precise, he did not want to move. Otherwise, a single crown king could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. "I am a passerby that you rescued," Suyu said calmly. The old man snorted. "Passerby? Can a passerby penetrate the space storage device and feel the ripples of soul energy that even I cannot? I'm guessing that you are actually from the Wolf Smoke tribe? You wanted to gain my trust and sneak in here, right?" Suyu sighed. "Sigh. I just wanted to understand the holy mountain from you." He felt helpless. If he ignored them, they would be killed by the Wolf Smoke tribe. If he interfered, they would misunderstand him as a member of the Wolf Smoke tribe. It was hard being a human. "It's up to you. So, how do you want to deal with me?" Suyu asked calmly. He had already asked around and found out that the one with the highest cultivation here was only the chief of the Rising Sun tribe, who was a double crown emperor. No matter if he wanted to leave or stay, no one could stop him. "Humph. Before investigating clearly, I won't kill you, but I'll send you to the stone prison to reflect on yourself." The old man took Suyu and left the cavern world with one step. He came to one of the empty tents outside the camp. That cavern world was full of tall mountains. The mountain had been hollowed out and turned into an endless cage. There were already countless troublesome people imprisoned within. This was the cavern world where the prisoners of the Rising Sun tribe were detained. The old man brought him to a heavily guarded cage that was sealed with restrictive seals. "I'll give you 3 days to reflect," the old man said coldly before turning around and leaving. Suyu sighed, as he knew that the cage wouldn't be able to hold him. However, if he wanted to obtain information, he might be able to get it from the cell mate before him. Of course, there was no need for Suyu to deliberately befriend them. They would also take special care of Suyu. "Hey, boy, your skin is soft and tender. Is this your first time here?" His cell mates were all fierce-looking men. One of them, who was neither a man nor a woman, licked his lips and looked Suyu up and down with a meaningful look on his face. Suyu said lightly, "It's my first time here. Well, by the way, I have something to ask you." The cellmate, who was neither a man nor a woman, pinched his fingers and twisted his waist. "Oh, I know the most about you. However, there is no free information in this world. If you are willing to accompany me for one night, I can tell you anything you want to know." Suyu smiled. "Sure, I'll accompany all of you for one night." Not long after, the prison in the depths of the mountains began to resound with howls of anguish. The next morning, Suyu's finger left the forehead of the last cell mate. He searched through the memories of more than a dozen people and got a lot of useful information. Among them was the Holy Mountain. The Holy Mountain was closed all year round and not open to the public. No one was allowed to enter. None of those who entered had ever come out alive. Because the Holy Mountain was special, it could release a powerful pressure at any time. Even a 3-crown king would be crushed to death in an instant. Only the people of the Holy Mountain who served the King of Darkness could walk freely on the Holy Mountain. Suyu's plan to sneak into the Holy Mountain was not feasible at all. However, there was only one circumstance when the Holy Mountain was open to the public. Faith. Every 100 years, all the big and small tribes would send the black statues to the Holy Mountain. Only then would the pressure of the Holy Mountain dissipate. If he wanted to enter the Holy Mountain, he had to take advantage of that opportunity. After understanding this, Suyu smiled lightly. It was time to leave for the Holy Mountain. He flicked his finger and was about to break open the Holy Mountain. Suddenly, a sneaky voice came from outside the cell. "Hey, dummy, are you in there?" Yes. Suyu retracted his finger and came to the door. "Why are you here?" He saw Dai, holding a key in her hand. She opened the cell door with a smile and said, "Why? You don't want me to come? I'll leave then." "Wait." Suyu smiled. "Uft." Butterfly giggled. "Watch this heroine's beauty save the fool." She opened the cell door and looked at the prisoners lying on the floor. She covered her mouth and smiled. "I was worried that you would be lonely. It turns out that it's quite lively here." Suyu asked, "Where did you get the key?" "I stole it," Dai said indifferently. "I think that old fellow's brain must have been burnt to the point of muddle-headedness. Dumbo clearly saved us, yet he still locked you up. Really, it seems that a heroine like me has to make up for his mistake." Suyu did not speak. If he was the old man, he would also have doubts. For the safety of the tribe, the old man did not do anything wrong. "Let's go. I will send you out of the tribe." Dai gave Suyu a new robe. Coupled with Dai-er's identity, they easily left the cavern world in the cell under the watchful eyes of the guards. Outside, there were 2 wild beasts prepared by Dai-er. Riding on them, Dai-er sent Suyu out of the influence of the tribe. Standing at the border, Dai-er took out a booklet and threw it to Suyu. "You don't have to thank me." Suyu opened it. It was a more detailed map of the Holy Mountain, an introduction of the major tribes, and a detailed description of the Holy Mountain. The handwriting was still clear. Obviously, it had been written last night. Dai-er. Suyu stared at her and suddenly felt that Qin Xianer's figure overlapped with hers. If Xianer was here, she would have done the same. "Call me a heroine." Dai-er raised her chin and stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Then she said, "Let's go. My mission ends here. Take care of yourself." She raised her long whip and was ready to activate the wild beasts. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from afar. Suyu immediately released the heavenly eyes and observed from a distance. Seeing the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank. On the other side of the Rising Sun tribe, tens of thousands of wild beasts rushed into the Rising Sun tribe. Countless powerful foreign races flew down from the wild beasts and attacked the tribes of all sizes. The attack came abruptly. The Rising Sun tribe was not prepared at all and hastily responded. A powerful aura of a double-crowned king rose into the sky from an exceptionally large tent. A golden-faced, middle-aged man rushed out in anger. "Wolf Smoke Tribe, how dare you violate the Holy Accord and openly declare war?" The tribes within the Holy Mountain were under the control of the Holy Mountain, and they were not allowed to kill each other. This was because war was bound to bring destruction. If those creatures died in large numbers, who would give birth to faith? Ha ha ha! Read Onlai. You are too far away from the Holy Mountain. Your news is too outdated. You don't even know the new orders from the Holy Mountain. With a swoosh, a creature with a wolf's head flew out from among the wild beasts of the Wolf Smoke tribe. A mace of human bone hung diagonally from its waist. The golden-faced, middle-aged man gasped. The third leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. The Wolf Smoke tribe was a super tribe and one of the 3 major tribes of the Holy Mountain. In comparison, the Rising Sun tribe could only be regarded as a medium-sized tribe. In the Holy Mountain, there were no less than 100 such medium-sized tribes. The Wolf Smoke tribe's sphere of influence was extremely wide. They often relied on their powerful force to expel and plunder other weaker tribes, robbing their population and taking away their faith statues. Small tribes could be said to be annoyed but helpless. As long as the Wolf Smoke tribe did not kill or wage war, and only relied on tens or hundreds of powerful force to plunder, the Holy Mountain would not punish them. For many years, only small tribes had been invaded. The Wolf Smoke tribe could only plunder medium-sized tribes by waging war. Therefore, although the Rising Sun tribe was aware of the evil reputation of the Wolf Smoke tribe, they had never been wary of them waging war. Now they were caught unprepared. Reed Donglai's expression was incomparably grave, not to mention that they had hastily responded to the battle and had no time to mobilize enough effective force. Even if they had, they would undoubtedly lose this sudden battle. The Wolf Smoke tribe had 3 double-crowned kings. The third leader was the weakest among them, but even the weakest was stronger than the leader of a medium-sized tribe. In a real fight, they were not a match at all. Hearing the screams and roars of the tribesmen coming from the big and small cavern worlds, and seeing the faith statues being snatched away by the Wolf Smoke tribe, Redonglai growled, "All the people of the Rising Sun tribe, rise up and kill the enemy!" However, it was too late to kill the enemy at this moment. The defenseless Rising Sun tribe was completely wiped out by the Wolf Smoke tribe. Every cavern world was putting up an extremely difficult fight. Among them, in an ordinary cavern world, Dai-Er's grandfather was at the edge of the spiritual pool, roaring and fighting with a single crowned king at the same time. Around the hut, corpses were everywhere. They were the half-step emperors who guarded this cavern world. At this moment, all of them had become cold corpses. "Ming Guang, do you know who I am?" The single-crowned emperor who was fighting with him was a man wrapped in a black robe. The old man stared at him coldly, snatching the Rising Sun tribe statue. "No matter who it is, I will not let you succeed." "Huh." The black-robed man sneered. "No matter who it is? What if it is me?" Chapter 1904. It was not the wolf-headed man of the Wolf Smoke tribe, but a real human. There was an unusually deep scar on his cheek, like a ferocious martial art lying on his face. It was very terrifying. His cultivation had reached the Emperor realm, and he had the ability to be reborn. It was easy for him to repair these scars. If not, he could rebuild his body. Ming Lingfei. The old man recognized him instantly. Staring at the ferocious scar, his old face flashed with a complicated expression. "You actually became the Emperor of Heaven and Earth." The young man named Ming Lingfei had a fierce look in his eyes. His face was surging with madness. "You didn't expect that not only did I not die, but I also became the Emperor of the Wolf Smoke tribe." The old man repelled several creatures of the Wolf Smoke tribe who were besieging him. He scolded angrily, "Ming Lingfei, you are the most outstanding talent of the Rising Sun tribe. Now you actually joined the Wolf Smoke tribe and killed your former compatriots." "Ha ha ha." Shan Lingfei looked up and laughed. "I am not only the Rising Sun tribe's talent, I almost became your grandson-in-law." He, Junran, was the old man's biological grandson. "You scum." A look of deep hatred flashed across the old man's face, and his killing intent was deep. Shan Lingfei was the most outstanding young leader of the Rising Sun tribe. He was also the old man's proud disciple. His cultivation soon reached the half-step emperor realm and was far ahead of his peers. However, he was not a good person. He often bullied the weak and committed crimes in the Rising Sun tribe. The old man wanted to expel him from the Rising Sun tribe. No one expected that not only did Shan Lingfei not repent, but he also made a dangerous move. He took advantage of the old man's absence to invite Ming Dai to the wild, intending to do something indecent to her. What he wanted was to do what was done. In this way, Ming Dai would become his woman. Even if the old man was not willing to admit it, he would have to swallow his anger and take him as his grandson-in-law. In this way, he would not be driven out of the Rising Sun tribe. Instead, he could inherit the old man's cave world in the future. Fortunately, the old man was on guard and let the other disciples in the cave keep an eye on him. In this way, he saved Ming Dai when he showed his sinister side. After learning of this, the old man pursued Shan Lingfei for an entire year. Finally, in front of the Wolf Smoke tribe's heaven-splitting lake, he killed Shan Lingfei with one stroke of his sword, and his corpse fell into the lake. Now, it seemed that the sword strike back then was not clean and thorough enough, leaving him with a sliver of life. Moreover, he had coincidentally broken through to become an emperor of heaven and earth. The old man instantly realized why the goods they had purchased earlier had been tampered with. Only Shan Lingfei knew which shop in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce the Rising Sun tribe often purchased goods from. They must have bribed the shopkeepers and assistants of that shop in advance and asked them to tamper with the goods. Now that he thought about it, his initial doubts were clear. Scum? Hee, if you fulfill my wish and let me become Dai, or his husband, then there will be no scum. And today, I won't have to invade your tribe and plunder without restraint. Shan Lingfei sneered. He glanced around and instantly saw the entire cavern world. He said coldly, "Oh, that little girl was actually not here? That's a pity. After 5 years, that girl has already grown up and become more delicious, right? As long as I am still alive, don't even think about touching her." The old man roared angrily, and a chain of law flew out with a rumble and slashed at Shan Lingfei. Shan Lingfei was not afraid. He just sneered and chose to dodge. He did not intend to entangle with the old man. Instead, he leaped into the depths of the cavern world and swept away everything. With the power of an emperor, even the movement of a finger was a disaster that could destroy the heavens and the earth. When he had the intention to kill, the interior of the cavern world immediately collapsed. Hundreds of millions of living beings were instantly reduced to nothingness. Among them were women who were breastfeeding, young boys and girls who were parading together, students who were studying in private schools, and white-haired old men who were playing chess in the courtyard. Disaster suddenly came, and all the peace was shattered into nothingness in an instant. The child was still sucking breast milk in ignorance, but he didn't know that his mother had fallen in a pool of blood and would never wake up again. The young boy and the young girl were still holding hands, but they fell on the cold grassland. Their empty and dull eyes stared at the blurry sky, and they could no longer open their eyes. The corpses of the students were splattered, and the room was stained with blood. Only the teacher was left lying on the armchair, trembling with fear. There were no more students to teach. The white-haired old men fell motionless on the ground, leaving only an unfinished game of chess. Scenes of tragedy appeared in the cavern world, making people grieve. The old man's eyes were wide open. "Bastard! Go to hell!" Shan Lingfei let out a long roar. After killing a large number of people, he swaggered away and laughed. "Old thing, you owe me this, but this is just the beginning. I will come again." Then he smashed the cavern world and rushed out of the cavern world with a grim smile. The outside world was in chaos. Countless experts of the Rising Sun tribe were slaughtered. In the face of the sudden war, they were defenseless and were killed. Ri Donglai fought with the third leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe and was defeated. Watching the people of the tribe being slaughtered, his eyes were red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After half an hour of fighting, tens of thousands of cavern worlds were destroyed. But after such a long time, they finally had enough time to organize a powerful counterattack. The Wolf Smoke tribe only brought 10,000 beasts for this surprise attack, so their military strength was limited. The third leader looked down at the battle situation on the ground, knocked Ri Donglai away with a mace, and laughed. "Retreat! Come back another day." Yo! The wolf head soldiers who burned, killed, and looted came out of the cavern world and rode away on their own beasts. Behind them, the Wolf Smoke tribe chased them, but they were hastily organized soldiers and did not have enough mobility. They could only eat the dust behind the beasts and could not effectively chase them. Suyu, who had witnessed all this, looked calm as usual. War had always been cruel, bloody, and merciless. Accustomed to war, his mood was not the slightest bit affected. If anything, it was the direction in which the Wolf Smoke tribe was marching was very coincidentally in the direction where Suyu was. In order to avoid getting bogged down, their marching route was a straight line, from the other end of the Rising Sun tribe to this end. Suyu and the others happened to be standing on this end. The area covered by the beasts was too wide, and there was no way to hide now. But so what? Ming Dai sensed that something was wrong. Staring at the constantly trembling ground, her expression changed. "Is this the attack of the army?" As she spoke, a boundless billowing smoke appeared in her field of vision, and it kept coming at an amazing speed. When she saw the shape of the beasts, Ming Dai's face was as pale as paper. "The Wolf Smoke tribe." she said with great difficulty, almost unable to believe her eyes. A scale of more than 10,000 troops could be regarded as a war. This was not allowed within the scope of the holy mountain, but it was unnecessary to say anything now. She came to her senses and exclaimed, "Run!" Su Yu did not move and said, "Where can we escape to?" That's right, how could they escape? On the plains, the beasts were the fastest and most mobile force. There was no way they could escape. Moreover, the army of beasts had also discovered Su Yu and the other humans. Dan Lingfei's eyes were sharp, and he spotted Ming Dai immediately. He let out a sinister laugh. "Oh, a heaven-sent beauty. Brothers, crush that man into minced meat and capture the woman." He let out an evil laugh. "Tonight, I will dote on my junior sister and make up for the regret from 5 years ago." The nearby warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe immediately mobilized their beasts to chase after them. 10 beasts charged forward. 5 of the beasts on the left revealed cold and cruel expressions. They mobilized their beasts to pounce forward and stomp on Su Yu. The other beasts captured Ming Dai. Facing such great danger, Ming Dai no longer had the demeanor of a chivalrous lady. She covered her eyes and screamed. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He gently drew a line in the air with a finger. Numerous space blades flew out, easily splitting the attacking beasts and the warriors on top of them into 2. The huge inertia caused their corpses to tumble and crash onto the ground. They bounced up from the ground and flew over Su Yu's head. From beginning to end, Su Yu's feet had not moved an inch. Seeing this, Dan Lingfei's face flashed with a hint of hostility. "How dare you ruin my plans? Die!" A chain of rules suddenly shot out and bombarded Su Yu. Su Yu did not dodge. He pulled out his sword and casually tapped the tip of the sword on the chain, bouncing it back. The tremendous force of the sword tip was transmitted back to Dan Lingfei through the chain of rules. His body shook violently and he almost flew out of the beast. A divine warrior of heaven and earth was not only knocked back by a half-divine warrior, but he was also almost injured. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Wolf Smoke tribe's 3rd leader. Humph! The Rising Sun tribe's new generation of heaven rulers? The 3rd leader coldly snorted and threw the human bone wolf tooth mace at Su Yu. It looked like a simple throw, but it was filled with the immense power of the 3rd leader, the double-crowned divine warrior, as well as the power of rules. Even a single-crowned divine warrior would die if he were to encounter it. Moreover, the other party was only a half-divine warrior. However, Su Yu still used 1 sword strike. This sword actually split the incoming human bone into 2, directly breaking it into 2. The 3rd leader's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His human bone wolf tooth mace was forged from the leg bone of a double-crowned divine warrior, along with many other materials. It was extremely hard, and most double-crowned divine warriors could not even shake it. Yet it had been split in half by a single sword strike. Moreover, judging from the young man's expression, he seemed very relaxed. Therefore, he must have held back a lot of his strength. A sense of danger welled up in his heart. His intuition told him not to get any closer to this person, or it would be very dangerous. However, he could not sit back and watch as the Rising Sun tribe produced a strong martial artist of the younger generation, threatening the Wolf Smoke tribe's position. "Kill him!" Chapter 1905. Su Yu waved his hand in front of him, and a huge space lotus enveloped him and Ming Dai. The incoming divine techniques were all blocked by the blooming petals. At the same time, all the wild beasts that came close were crushed into a bloody mist by the space power of the lotus. Not a single trace was left. A long, bloody gap appeared in the mighty army of wild beasts. At least 100 wild beasts and soldiers had mysteriously died in the blooming space lotus. The 3rd leader looked back to see a blood-stained red lotus in full bloom. Within the lotus stood a silver-haired human. He gasped, "A master of the law of space." Boundless shock rose in his heart, and a deep sense of fear lingered in his heart. "Let's go." The third leader's scalp went numb, and he no longer had the will to fight. He urged the wild beast beneath his feet to flee, far ahead of the others. The speed at which he fled was even faster than when he had come. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. He wished he could grow another pair of wings, and wished even more that he had never come today. It was rumored that those who had mastered the law of space were all earth-shattering figures. One's true strength could not be measured by one's cultivation level. Suyu turned around with his sword in hand, staring at the fleeing third leader. He raised his sword and pointed it at his back. "Annihilate all traces." He lightly waved his sword. Suddenly, a soundless sword energy slashed out. It passed through the army of wild beasts. Everywhere it passed, be it the wild beasts, the warriors on the wild beasts, or the weeds on the road, it was as if all their life force had been sucked out. The weeds quickly withered, turning into dust. The wild beasts immediately fell to the ground, their bodies quickly turning gray. The eyes of the warriors rolled back, and they fell to the ground. Their bodies were empty, without any life force, as if they had been sucked out by something strange. The entire row of wild beasts and warriors had no chance to resist, dying on the spot. Even the single crowned king had died on the spot. The third leader, who was fleeing at the front, only managed to turn his head to look in horror before he was swept away by the unparalleled sword energy. Then his whole body quickly dimmed, and his head went limp. He fell from his thin body, dead. Third leader! The warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe who had caught up were horrified. The double-crowned king had died just like that, without any resistance. They charged forward and picked up the corpse of the third leader. However, as soon as they touched the corpse, they were affected by the lingering sword chi on the corpse, and their vitality was sapped away on the spot. Their bodies went limp, and they fell from the savage beast tribe. Ah! A soldier at the back saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Just a moment ago, they were still bloodthirsty and ferocious, but now they were as scared as tiny ants. He moved sideways to avoid the corpse of the third leader, not daring to touch it again. Just like that, the invincible army of savage beasts charged forward majestically, but no one dared to pick up the corpse of the third leader. Dan Lingfei's heart thumped wildly. His eyes were filled with jealousy and murderous intent as he stared at Suyu's figure. Is he a new disciple of that old thing? But how could he be that powerful? Zhang Xian had no idea what the third leader meant by the great accomplishment of the laws of space. All he knew was that the third leader must have grasped a secret art that surpassed his cultivation. Quick, go back and report to the great leader and second leader. The death of the three leaders would definitely cause a huge uproar. Rumble! The countless savage beasts fled, leaving behind the corpse of the third leader, which lay alone on the ground. Suyu sucked in the air and retrieved the space storage device of the third leader. Without looking at what was inside, he casually threw it to Mingdai. As a reward for saving me twice, this is for you. Mingdai was dumbfounded, looking at Suyu without blinking. As long as she was not a fool, she would understand that Suyu was actually a powerful hidden expert. The toad of the Toad Lake, the calamity of imprisonment, could not possibly harm him in the slightest. Regaining her senses, Mingdai took a few steps back. Her expression was one of restraint and respect. She bowed with fear and trepidation. Junior Mingdai pays her respects to elder. Suyu sighed lightly. He knew this would happen. After all, she was not Xiener. I'm fine, Suyu calmly said. He looked at the ground full of corpses and the corpse of the third leader. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and walked toward the Rising Sun tribe. Let's go back and take a look. I hope you are mentally prepared. The Wolf Smoke tribe had suffered heavy losses. They would not let this matter rest. If he left, it would be difficult for the Rising Sun tribe to withstand the revenge of the Wolf Smoke tribe. Therefore, it was not easy to be a good person. Once it was done, it had to be done thoroughly. Otherwise, it would only be harming others. If he did not kill the third leader, the Wolf Smoke tribe would probably only occasionally come to plunder and steal some faith. But if he took action, he might invite the extermination of the Wolf Smoke tribe. Oh, all right. Ming Dai nodded her head cautiously, obediently following behind Suyu. Suyu said, "You don't have to be so formal with me. I am helping you because I admire you." His words had many layers of meaning in Ming Dai's ears. Which kind was he admiring? Is it my character or my beauty? If it was the former, who in the tribe would not dote on her? Was it because of my beauty? Did he fancy me and want to marry me? But I am not ready yet. She had only thought about how to have fun. She had never thought about starting a family. Looking at Suyu's silhouette, his long silver hair, his handsome face, and his ability to crush his peers, Ming Dai thought that marrying such a person was not unacceptable. Oh. Ming Dai nodded her head gently, her mind full of thoughts. Suyu sighed silently. He could listen to people's thoughts at any time. Knowing that Ming Dai had misunderstood him, he could not help but sigh. Back at the Rising Sun tribe, Ming Dai's mind was instantly replaced by grief and worry. The grassland was full of corpses of the Rising Sun tribe. They were carried by the dejected Rising Sun tribe warriors and placed together for their relatives to claim. Uncle Wang. Ming Dai immediately recognized one of the familiar faces. Uncle Wang had opened a blacksmith shop, and his craftsmanship was superb. Because of a small misunderstanding, Ming Dai was very angry. Since then, several people from the cavern world had come to his blacksmith shop and secretly made trouble, making him unable to forge iron. Every time she angered Uncle Wang to the point of glaring at her, Ming Dai would laugh and run away. Just a month ago, she had stolen Uncle Wang's newly forged iron hammer, making it impossible for him to report to his customers. Uncle Wang had run to her grandfather to complain. Looking at the familiar cold face, Ming Dai's tears flowed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Uncle Wang." She sobbed and wanted to say an apology, but he could no longer hear her. She looked at them one by one, and many familiar faces appeared in her eyes. In the end, she could not help but cry bitterly. She turned around and lay on Suyu's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Suyu sighed slightly. "Life and death are unpredictable. Don't be too sad." After gently comforting her for a while, Suyu took her back to the cavern world. The old man was repairing the seriously damaged cavern world. He asked his disciples to comfort the creatures who had suffered heavy casualties and help them rebuild their homes. Suyu glanced at the devastation in the mortal world. He looked at the sorrowful creatures who were praying to their gods even more devoutly, begging for their blessings. He was touched. Mortals who were unable to face the disaster could only pin their hopes on the illusory gods, on others, and put their fate in the hands of others. Should it be said that it was sad or pitiful? Suddenly, Suyu unexpectedly noticed that after a disaster, the speed of the gathering of faith was far greater than usual, about 10 times faster than in the past. In the days of ease and peace, only a small number of devout believers would consistently worship and believe in the gods. Most people enjoyed it with a peace of mind. However, after the disaster, their hearts were filled with fear, and their spirits had no one to rely on. Those who did not believe in the gods in the past also began to believe in them. Therefore, the gathering power of faith was erupting like a blowout. Just now, it clearly appeared in Dai, Er's heart, that the tribes within the scope of the Holy Mountain are not allowed to start a war. Now that the Wolf Smoke tribe has openly launched a war, it must have been approved by the Holy Mountain. Suyu looked at the eruption of the power of faith, his heart as clear as a mirror. The King of Darkness was the source of the chaos. In order to obtain more faith, he did not hesitate to start a war and slaughter the people who believed in him. His heart could be destroyed. He increasingly felt that the path of faith was an evil path, a path of no return. Dai, it's great that you are okay. The old man sensed the return of Ming Dai and immediately flashed over. Looking at Su Yu beside Ming Dai, he was not too surprised. The cavern world and the prison had also been massacred, and many prisoners had taken the opportunity to escape. Moreover, after the incident with Shan Lingfei, he no longer had to doubt Su Yu's position. "It's good that you are still alive. Otherwise, I would have killed more people," the old man said apologetically. "You should leave. The Rising Sun tribe is no longer safe." Hearing him order her to leave, Ming Dai hurriedly said, "Grandfather, we were in danger and he saved me." The old man was surprised. "What danger?" Ming Dai was about to tell the truth when Su Yu said indifferently, "We encountered 2 or 3 beasts of the Wolf Smoke tribe, and he helped Miss Ming Dai take care of them." Ming Dai was stunned, and then realized that he did not want others to know that he had killed the 3 leaders. She immediately fell silent. The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Yu in shock. "You can take care of 3 beasts and the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe? Not bad. Your strength is beyond my expectations." The Wolf Smoke tribe's army that attacked this time was the cream of the crop of the Wolf Smoke tribe's elites. Together with the enormous size and extremely fast beasts, they had a great combat power that could take on 2 people at once. An unprepared human half-emperor realm could barely deal with one. Since this person could kill 3 of them, he should be quite strong among the half-emperor realm. "Granddaughter, I, Mingguang, am extremely grateful for saving my life." The old man's real name was Mingguang, and he bowed to Su Yu. Su Yu accepted it calmly. Why couldn't he accept the gratitude of a single crown martial artist? "Young hero, please stay and rest for a few days. When I have properly dealt with this disaster, I will make a special trip to thank you, young hero." Su Yu gently waved his hand. "There is no need to thank me. You only need to tell me the specific location of the Wolf Smoke tribe. My time is limited, and I cannot stay in the Rising Sun tribe for long." Chapter 1906. Young hero, it seems like you really are an outsider. Mingguang stroked his beard and said, "The Wolf Smoke tribe is a tribe on the back of a savage beast. They have no fixed residence and are constantly moving. They rely on robbing small tribes to survive. No one knows where they are at the moment, unless we can capture some of the Wolf Smoke tribe members alive. This way, we can still determine the location of their tribe through soul searching." Is that so? If he had known earlier, he would have just grabbed a dozen or so captives and searched their souls. From the looks of it, he could only wait for them to come and take revenge on their own. "Young hero, although I don't know why you're looking for the Wolf Smoke tribe, it's better not to provoke a vicious tribe that mainly plunder. Didn't you see that even a medium-sized tribe like our Rising Sun tribe has suffered devastating damage?" Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I understand." Seeing that he had given up, Mingguang said, "Recently, the grassland has not been peaceful. Don't travel alone anymore. Stay in the Rising Sun tribe. If you want to go to the Holy Mountain, we will set off in half a year to escort Faith to the Holy Mountain. You can also come with us." He only needed to wait for half a year? Su Yu nodded slightly. Faith was delivered once every 100 years. It was truly a stroke of luck for him to encounter it this time. "That's fine. Half a year is enough for me to finish everything," Su Yu said calmly. Mingguang didn't understand what he meant and thought that he had other things to deal with, so he said, "Young hero can rest assured and stay here. If there's anything you need, just tell Dyer. She will arrange it for you." "Thank you." Mingguang nodded. "I'll go repair the space first. You and Dyer rest well." After he finished speaking, he hurried to repair the space's damage, leaving Su Yu and Dai alone at the peak of the mountain. "Senior, why don't you let me say it?" Butterfly asked. Su Yu's expression was calm. "So what if I say it? I am an outsider, yet I have the power to kill the 3 chiefs. I will only be feared and ostracized by your tribe." Hearing this, Dai came to a sudden realization. She felt that this was very reasonable. Senior has considered everything thoroughly. You don't need to call me Senior, as my cultivation isn't much higher than yours, Suyu said. My name is Suyu, so you can just call me by my name. Dai hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, Then should I call you Senior Su? If it was Chin Siener, she would surely call Suyu brother with a smile. Whatever, Suyu said calmly. Since he had nothing else to do, he examined Dai-er's cultivation and asked, How long have you been stuck at the peak of the Overlord level? Give him pointers on his cultivation. Butterfly disagreed. She had only been able to advance by leaps and bounds under her grandfather's guidance for a long period of time. If others did not understand her cultivation process, no matter how strong they were, their guidance would be limited. 1 year, Butterfly said. Suyu nodded lightly, and suddenly a silver flame shot out of his eyes. Immediately, Dai-er felt a sharp pain in her head, as if her soul was being burned. She couldn't help but scream. Then his soul suddenly relaxed, as if something attached to his soul had been burned away. His entire soul seemed light and agile. Senior you. Dai-er's face was full of shock as she asked in bewilderment. Do you often feel an indescribable piercing pain in your soul? Do you occasionally feel your soul becoming unstable? Do you also feel tired easily? Suyu asked casually. Dai's delicate body trembled and her eyes widened. These situations had indeed happened, but she had never mentioned it to anyone, not even her grandfather. He had only taken a glance. How could he possibly understand it so clearly? She looked at Suyu with reverence. Not daring to hide anything, she nodded and said, Yes. Suyu did not ask any more questions. He only calmly reminded her, Do not absorb the power of faith to cultivate. Although the effects are good, the drawbacks are very serious. It is not something you can bear. Dai-er's face was deathly pale. She averted her gaze and trembled as she said, Senior Su, please don't tell my grandfather. Faith was something that only holy kings could enjoy. It was usually absorbed by the black statue and not taken away by outsiders to cultivate. She had accidentally discovered that absorbing faith could speed up her cultivation, so she always secretly absorbed it. Once this matter was exposed and reported to Chief Ri Donglai, the lightest punishment would be having her cultivation crippled. In the worst case, she would be chased out of the Rising Sun tribe. Just like Shan Lingfei, she would be reduced to a lone wolf on the grasslands. From now on, come here once a day to help you nourish your soul, Suyu said as he stared at her. In his eyes, Dai-er's soul was riddled with holes. Perhaps it was because her soul was not strong enough, but the injuries to her soul were even more serious. If she did not find a way to repair it, her soul would be permanently damaged and her cultivation would no longer be able to progress. In the worst case, her soul would collapse and she would die. Did something happen to my soul? Dai secretly guessed. However, she had experienced Suyu's unfathomable strength, so she nodded obediently. For the next few days, Suyu stayed in a small thatched hut nearby. Every time her grandfather repaired the space, Dai would sneak into Suyu's room. His method of nourishing her soul was very simple. He used his own soul to envelop her entire soul and slowly instilled soul energy into her to repair the damage caused by the worms. With his soul energy at the level of a king of 3 crowns, it was very easy for him to repair the soul of a peak overlord. It could even be said to be effortless. Moreover, this was also Suyu's attempt to make more wonderful uses of the soul, striving to meet the requirements for entering the Taishu Xian temple the next time. At first, when Dai-er's soul was repaired, she felt so much pain that she wanted to die. It was as if a piece of flesh had been ruthlessly sliced off from her body with a knife. However, she could feel that after being nourished, her soul had indeed undergone beneficial changes. After a few days, the occasional pain in her soul and the symptoms of fatigue in the past slowly subsided. Feeling the magic, Dai took the initiative to come to receive nourishment every day. In a flash, a whole month had passed. The post-war reconstruction of the Rising Sun tribe had been settled, and most of the cavern worlds had been restored to their original state. The injured were treated, and most of them recovered. The atmosphere of sadness was still pervading. The spread of faith was unprecedentedly strong, and the daily power of faith absorbed was more than 20 times that of the past. Many of the cavern worlds that had been robbed of the black statues had actually recovered a lot of the power of faith in just a month. Waiting for the day of offering to the holy mountain, the amount of power of faith could exceed the previous amount. Therefore, the kings of the Rising Sun tribe gradually settled down. As long as they could still hand in the power of faith, they could still survive. Dong! On this day, the alarm bell rang and was transmitted to all the cavern worlds. It was the tribal chief Ri Donglai who had summoned the rulers of the various cavern worlds. Mingguang heard the sound and immediately rushed to Ri Donglai's cavern world. When he came, almost all the rulers were present, about tens of thousands of them. Among them, there were less than 100 kings like Mingguang. Not all the rulers of the cavern world were at the emperor level. Most of them were at the half-step emperor level. They gathered above the dense forest, each of them stepping on the top of a tree, staring at Ri Donglai, who had recovered from his injuries. Everyone, after this battle, from now on, we must be ready for war at any time. Ri Donglai took a deep breath. The lesson of a month ago was too profound. Because of the lag of the news, they didn't know that the Holy Mountain had issued an order to allow war. They were unprepared, which was why the Rising Sun tribe took advantage of the loopholes and suffered heavy casualties. In addition, we should send messengers to be stationed around the Holy Mountain. Always pay attention to the news of the Holy Mountain and beware of similar things happening again. Ri Donglai said. Everyone nodded. Next, the rulers of the major cavern worlds reported the recent situation after the war. When the last ruler finished his report, Ri Donglai said sorrowfully, after this disaster, everyone will be united and continue to create better conditions for the living. Dismissed. At this time, a young half-step emperor said, Is that all? Aren't we going to take revenge? What the chief meant was that the war was over. The controller of his cavern world had fallen in the war, so he took over and became the new controller. After a month, he could not forget the scene of the ruler being killed by the wolf smoke tribe warriors with his own body in order to protect the creatures of the cavern world. He didn't understand why the Rising Sun tribe had no desire to take revenge. Were the deaths of the clansmen all in vain? Hearing this, many rulers were silent and secretly sighed. After all, he was still too young. Ri Donglai let out a long sigh. He had seen too many such young and hot-blooded rulers. It's not that we don't want to take revenge, but we have to bear the burden for the living. If only we are present in the Rising Sun tribe, then we would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. We will kill our way into the wolf smoke tribe and repay this hatred with blood. But we still have our own cavern world creatures to protect. If we die, who will protect them? His sincere and heartfelt words caused the young administrator to fall silent. Yes, they still had many creatures in the cavern world to protect. It wasn't that they were weak and didn't dare to retaliate, but they couldn't retaliate. Mingguang had seen many similar things. Every time, Ri Donglai would use the same words to dispel the young man's thoughts of revenge. Once, twice, thrice, it was the same every time. His words weren't wrong. But was it really to protect the remaining clansmen, as he said, and not because they were cowardly and didn't dare to take revenge against the powerful wolf smoke tribe? The old people present understood that the truth was the latter. Even if their entire tribe joined forces against the wolf smoke tribe, it would still be like hitting a stone with an egg. Therefore, they didn't have the courage to take revenge. If they really retaliated against the wolf smoke tribe, what would they do if they attacked again? Just like now, they had just attacked once and wouldn't come again in a short period of time. There was really no need to provoke them and lead to a greater war disaster. All the rulers had a tacit understanding. At this moment, they didn't even dare to provoke the Wolf Smoke tribe, for fear that they would come again. Only in this way could they obtain temporary peace. Unfortunately, the tree wants peace, but the wind never ceases. Wolves would never stop killing sheep because of their cowardice and obedience. Xiao! Just as the meeting was about to end, a wild beast broke into the Rising Sun tribe without any resistance. The wild beast's body was covered with the heads of the Rising Sun tribe. A rough count showed that there were 100 heads densely packed together. Chapter 1907. Mingguang stood at the back and immediately made a move, killing the savage beast that rushed in with a palm strike. The savage beast whimpered and fell to the ground. The hundreds of heads hanging on its body rolled in all directions like gourds. This scene made the Cavern World masters present change their expressions. They stared at the heads on the ground in shock and anger. It's the warriors patrolling the border of the tribe. The identity of the heads was quickly confirmed. Since the war, the Rising Sun tribe has been vigilant. They strengthened the vigilance around the Rising Sun tribe and organized 10 patrol teams of hundreds of people. They have the fastest savage beast of the Rising Sun tribe, and their mobility is very strong. Once they find an enemy approaching, they can immediately detect it and send the news back to the tribe in time. Mingguang's eyes flashed with a dignified color. To be precise, it's a complete patrol team. An entire patrol team had been killed without any warning, and without anyone escaping. This was enough to show that they suffered an unprecedentedly powerful and sudden attack. Ri Donglai's face suddenly sank, and he gritted his teeth. Who did it? The answer was clear to everyone: the Wolf Smoke tribe. The biggest threat in their vicinity was the Wolf Smoke tribe. However, no one was willing to admit it or dare not admit it. They didn't even have the intention to take revenge, let alone provoke the Wolf Smoke tribe. Why did they kill the patrol team? Was it a coincidence that he happened to pass by? Roar! At this moment, another savage beast roared and rushed into the Rising Sun tribe. Another 100 heads hung on its body. This time, before it could rush into the Cavern World, it was killed by the vigilant Rising Sun tribe warriors. Ri Donglai and the other Cavern World masters came to the outside world and stared at the fallen savage beast with an extremely ugly expression. It's the Wolf Smoke tribe. It's them. They are coming again. Panic spread among the crowd, as well as among the caretakers of the Cavern World. Ri Donglai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Don't panic! Maybe the other tribes are passing by nearby." Roar! As if responding to his words, savage beasts rushed from all directions, one after another. Without exception, they carried hundreds of heads on their back, a total of 8. In other words, all the warriors responsible for patrolling the border were killed in an instant, and no one had time to report. When the last batch of savage beasts was shot, a few words came into everyone's sight. An eye for an eye. Ri Donglai's pupils constricted. Those words were the unique words of the Wolf Smoke tribe. It's them. They really came back for revenge. We must have killed their warriors in the battle and angered them. It's over. 10 patrol teams were destroyed at the same time. There is only one explanation. We are surrounded by the Wolf Smoke tribe. We are completely surrounded. Only the Wolf Smoke tribe has such a large military force. We are really doomed. Ri Donglai's mind went blank for a while, and his 5 fingers clenched tightly. What did the Wolf Smoke tribe want? You killed their people and stole their faith, yet you're not willing to let it go. You want to repay the debt with blood? Come, set up another 10 patrol teams and inquire about the news in all directions. Each patrol team will be led by a Cavern World controller. Ri Donglai held the last trace of luck. It was impossible for the Wolf Smoke tribe to launch an all-out attack on them. If they really destroyed the Rising Sun tribe, what benefits could they get? It was far better to plunder them from time to time and have them provide a steady stream of faith. Soon, 10 Cavern World administrators volunteered to come forward. Among them there was a single crown emperor. Your task this time is not to fight with the enemy, but to find out which tribe is harassing our border. Once you find out, immediately send back the news. Ri Donglai emphasized. They were vigilant and careful on this trip. If they only investigated, it would be very difficult for the enemy to catch them all in one fell swoop without giving them time to send back the news. It could be said that it was almost impossible. Everyone nodded and made all kinds of preparations for defense and escape. They solemnly moved forward in 10 directions. As long as they saw the enemy from afar, they would immediately send back the news. Time passed little by little. After half a day, still no one sent back a message. Ri Donglai sat above the tribe, contemplating and staring into the distance. No news was good news. They could see from the side that they did not find a large-scale enemy. However, at this moment, 10 sharp screeches pierced the sky. In 10 directions, a vulture unique to the holy mountain flew over, with 10 bloody heads hanging from each of their necks. The master of the cavern world of the single crown emperor was also among them. The vulture flew over the tribe, shook its body, and shook off all the heads. Those heads were destroyed by some kind of predetermined force in midair, turning into a blood mist on the spot. Looking from afar, the blood mist condensed into 4 big words. Blood debt must be paid in blood. At this moment, Ri Donglai's face was completely solemn. The cavern world controller's face also sank, as if the end of the world was coming. Their faces were full of worry. Who is it? Who is it? The single crown emperor powerhouse made a move, but they still couldn't send back any news. They didn't even know who the enemy was. Mingguang's eyes trembled, gritted his teeth, and said, "Leader, we can't wait any longer. Gather the troops and prepare for battle." Ri Donglai's heart trembled, clenched his fists tightly, and said in a low voice, "Wait." Without figuring out the enemy's true intentions, don't act rashly. We can't fight casually. Maybe there is some misunderstanding between us and the enemy. Mingguang's old face showed humiliation. Sure enough, as he guessed, it was not that their leader cared about his people and endured the humiliation, but that he had long lost the courage to fight. The enemy clearly stated that blood debt must be paid in blood, but he didn't even have the courage to fight. He was still lying to himself. What kind of misunderstanding could make the enemy not hesitate to send an army? Come, set up a messenger group to communicate with the other party and determine where we offended the other party. Ri Donglai once again mobilized a team, a total of 10 people, all composed of the cavern world controller. On the back of each person, there was a white flag asking for peace, indicating that they had no intention of fighting. The messenger group soon set off, choosing a direction and galloping away. Ri Donglai and many cavern world controllers waited anxiously in place, feeling uneasy. I hope that the messenger group can gain something. At least we can figure out who is the one who attacked us. No problem, the 2 armies will not kill the messenger. The messenger group will be fine. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and 10 beasts came back with 10 complete corpses. The messenger group, it was their corpses, not a single one was missed. All of their necks were broken alive, and the white flags on their backs were inserted into their backs. Each flag had a huge, eye-catching bloody word. Combined together, it was blood debt must be paid in blood. The rising sun will not be spared. Seeing the cross, everyone's heart completely sank. The messenger group was also beheaded, indicating that there was no possibility of asking for peace. The other party just wanted to kill everyone in the Rising Sun tribe. Mingguang said hatefully, "Leader, don't hesitate anymore. Blow the horn of war." Ri Donglai's face was gloomy and uncertain. He clenched his fists and said, "No, we can't rashly start a war. If we die, what about the creatures in the cavern world? We are willing to perish together with the enemy. Don't worry about us. Even if we die, we will drag the enemy down with us. Lord, please fight." Tens of thousands of cavern world creatures issued a strong, will for revenge. Ri Donglai's heart trembled. Facing the strong desire of the creatures to fight, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "No! For you we can't rush. We die without regrets. We are not afraid of death. Don't worry about us." The will of all living beings covered his words. "Shut up. This war can't start. I am doing it for your own good. I have made up my mind. No one can defy me." Ri Donglai exerted his majestic power to forcibly suppress the will of all living beings. Seeing this scene, Mingguang laughed at himself. In the name of being of the same race, what was the reality? It was just that they were afraid of death. So they didn't dare to fight. Mingguang completely lost his confidence in the leader. "Leader, are you afraid of death?" Among the cavern world rulers, a very contemptuous voice came out. Looking at the source of the voice, the speaker was the trusted cavern world ruler who previously asked for revenge. He stared at Ri Donglai, his eyes full of contempt. "You keep saying that you are the creatures of the cavern world, but they are still not afraid of death and are willing to fight to the death. As the leader, you make excuses and even say that you will protect them. In fact, you are afraid that you will die if you fight, right?" Ri Donglai coldly looked at him. His eyes were cold. "Say that again." The young man laughed and said, "You don't dare to take revenge, and the enemy is still deceiving himself. What kind of leader is this? You are not worthy to be our leader." Ri Donglai's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he appeared behind the young man and slammed his palm on his head. The young man's head was instantly smashed like a watermelon. A mist of blood splashed on Ri Donglai, adding a bit of ferocity to his face. He shouted majestically, questioning the leader and disturbing the morale of the army, "Kill without mercy!" Suddenly, many cavern world rulers were furious. The enemy was pressing on, and he was afraid to fight. He was as timid as a mouse. However, he was cruel and merciless to his own people, killing them at the slightest disagreement. What kind of leader was this? "Dismiss him. This kind of person is not worthy to be our leader. If he doesn't want to fight, we will fight ourselves, form an army, and kill our way out. I would rather die standing than kneeling. The leader doesn't dare to fight, but we dare." Roars sounded one after another. Ri Donglai's eyes were cold, and he flashed past them one by one, slapping them to death. His actions were decisive and ruthless. After killing dozens of people in a row, the shouting gradually stopped. Ri Donglai was covered in the blood of his own people. His eyes were cold, and his expression was extremely majestic. He said, "At this critical moment, you should believe in your leader instead of questioning him. If anyone has any objections, die." After killing dozens of people in a row, they were afraid of him, so they dared not speak out. Chapter 1908. Peace. Could retreating bring peace? Back to the cavern world, Mingguang opened the cavern world's treasure vault and selected many years of accumulation. "Grandpa, why did you even take out the 8 lights mirror?" Ming Dai's pretty face was full of anger. The words of the leader were heard by all the cavern world, and his actions were also seen by all living beings. A leader who was tolerant to the outside world and cruel to the inside world made them angry, but dare not speak out. In the end, the leader stubbornly insisted on seeking peace in the form of peace. He also requested each cavern world to select 3 top-notch beauties and 3 top-notch divine weapons to send a peace team to the enemy in order to obtain their concessions. The 8 lights mirror is a relic of my father. He used his life to protect it and left it for Grandpa to treat his old illness. How can we take it out? Ming Dai obstructed. Mingguang smiled bitterly. This is the intention of the leader. He specifically asked us to take out this thing. Ming Dai's mind was slightly blank, and then she clenched her fists. What leader? Cowardly cowards who are afraid of death, yet dignified and dignified. Sure. Mingguang hurriedly cast a soundproof enchantment, isolating all the words she had just said, and solemnly said, "Be careful, the walls have ears." Even the master of the cavern world was killed by Ri Donglai for saying the same thing. Wouldn't an ordinary tribesman like you die faster? Ming Dai's eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. Then what should we do? Don't tell me grandfather also believes that the enemy's army is pressing down on us and we will retreat because of peace? Mingguang shook his head slowly. Of course, the enemy will not retreat, but if we can dispel the last unrealistic thoughts of the leader, it's also good. Soon after, 30,000 beauties of the Rising Sun tribe, 30,000 divine weapons and treasures, led by the peace team, walked in one direction. However, what Mingguang didn't expect was that the enemy agreed to the peace request. The peace messengers were safe and sound. For the first time, all of them came back alive. They brought back the news that the Rising Sun tribe wanted, but always failed. That was, the enemy who besieged them was not someone else, but the Wolf Smoke tribe. Moreover, it was the entire Wolf Smoke tribe. This news crushed Ri Donglai's idea of deceiving others and himself. However, the Wolf Smoke tribe gave Ri Donglai an unexpected piece of news. Peace can be sought, but your sincerity is not enough. Knowing that the enemy was the Wolf Smoke tribe, Ri Donglai's heart sank into despair. The Wolf Smoke tribe was extraordinarily powerful. The third leader was a double crown emperor, and Ri Donglai was far from being his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention their second and third leaders. It was said that the second leader had already cultivated to the late stage of double crown emperor. As for the great leader, who hadn't shown his face for several hundred years, he had even reached the level of a double crown emperor, and was only a step away from becoming a triple crown emperor. Any one of them could easily kill him. Moreover, the Wolf Smoke tribe had 1,000 single crown emperors under their name, more than 10 times that of the Rising Sun tribe. If they really fought, did he have any chance of surviving? Perhaps ordinary tribesmen could survive, but as the leader, he was a must-kill target for the Wolf Smoke tribe. There was no way he could survive. One could imagine how excited he was when the Wolf Smoke tribe sent word that there was hope for peace. He was like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw. As for the Wolf Smoke tribe's insufficient sincerity, he completely ignored it. What else do they want? Ri Donglai eagerly asked the returning messengers for peace. They want 100 million young men and women with the best qualifications to be their slaves. As long as they agree, they will immediately retreat. The messengers were humiliated. 100 million, almost all the most outstanding young generation of the entire Rising Sun tribe would be taken away. For hundreds of years, the Rising Sun tribe would not have any outstanding young talents grow up. However, Ri Donglai nodded without hesitation. 100 million, no problem. Our Rising Sun tribe is not short of people. Send an order to all the masters of the cavern world to hold an important meeting. Soon, the masters who had just returned to their respective cavern worlds had to gather in Ri Donglai's cavern world. At this moment, Ri Donglai's face was full of sorrow, and he said solemnly, "My fellow compatriots, after our disdainful efforts and the sacrifice of many tribesmen, we finally see the dawn of peace." No one was happy, except for Ri Donglai himself. As the leader, I am very sad for those tribesmen who sacrificed themselves and the women who volunteered to serve the enemy. This is my dereliction of duty, my fault. Ri Donglai's face was full of self-blame. But I did this for the sake of thousands of other tribesmen. For their beautiful future, I am willing to endure humiliation. His eyes were brimming with tears, and his tone was sincere as if it came from the bottom of his heart. People don't live for the dead but for the living. Therefore, no matter how many grievances I have, I hide them in my heart and swallow them silently. I hope that my clansmen can understand me and support me. A group of cavern world masters stared coldly. Only a small number of them still believed him. Most of them completely saw through him when he killed his compatriots cruelly and decisively. For the tribesmen, it was for themselves. This time, the Wolf Smoke tribe brought back a message. As long as we send 100 million young men and women with good qualifications to the Wolf Smoke tribe to exchange and learn with the young people of their tribe, we can retreat and let the two tribes return to peace." As soon as these words came out, almost all the masters of the cavern world glared at him. If it was in the past, they might have blindly believed Donglai and believed his nonsense. But now, who would be willing to believe that 100 million young men and women would be sent over just for exchange and learning? They would probably become slaves of the Wolf Smoke tribe from then on, right? Sending them there was like sending sheep to the tiger's mouth, pushing them into a pit of fire. All the masters of the cavern world, please return to the cavern world immediately and mobilize 10,000 of the best young men and women. Donglai ordered without hesitation. For the future of the rest of the tribesmen of the Rising Sun tribe, please persuade them. The time limit is only half a day. If enough people are not mobilized in half a day, then for the safety of the tribesmen, I can only come and mobilize them personally. As the masters of the cavern world who do not do their job well and endanger the lives of the tribesmen, they will be punished severely by abolishing their cultivation. Hearing this, the masters of the cavern world were in an uproar. But with the previous example, no master of the cavern world dared to question it face to face. However, in private, the masters of the cavern world had already complained and completely lost confidence in Donglai. When Mingguang returned to the cavern world, Mingdai came to him with concern. "Grandpa, what does the leader want us to offer this time?" When she learned that it was to recruit 10,000 of the best young women from the cavern world, Mingdai was furious. That good for nothing. He actually deceived 100 million tribesmen to go to the Wolf Smoke tribe to be slaves. "Grandpa, are you trying to deceive the people of our cavern world?" Mingdai suddenly became vigilant. Mingguang shook his head calmly. "Of course not." His eyes flashed slightly. To be precise, the masters of our cavern world are discussing a major event. "What is it?" Mingguang did not answer, but said, "You immediately inform the people of the cavern world to stay in the house as much as possible and don't go out." Hearing this, Mingdai understood what her grandfather wanted to do: put away the cavern world and prepare to betray the Rising Sun tribe. In addition, don't tell anyone about this, including your brothers and sisters and Su Yu. It was a matter of great importance, and Mingdai understood her grandfather's situation very well. Betraying the Rising Sun tribe was a capital crime. However, it was better than being killed by Donglai, and it was better than sacrificing his own people. 2 hours later, Mingguang seemed to be seriously mobilizing the young people in the cavern world. In fact, Mingdai had quietly informed the people to immediately stop all their activities and go to a safe place to take refuge. Because when the cavern world was put away, there may be a certain amount of turbulence, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and other dangerous situations. "Grandpa, everything is ready," Mingdai secretly said. She was infinitely supportive of her grandfather's decision. Mingguang nodded slowly and said, "You also stay in the cavern world. Grandpa will deal with it alone." Subsequently, Mingguang left the cavern world and appeared outside the world. When he was preparing to shrink the cavern world, he saw that hundreds of thousands of cavern worlds had disappeared. It turned out that many cavern world masters with a conscience made the same choice as him, betraying the Rising Sun tribe. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to unite and rush out. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, there were cavern world masters who collected the cavern world and gathered in the southernmost direction. Vaguely, as many as 400 or 500 cavern world masters gathered together, preparing to break through the blockade of the Wolf Smoke tribe and escape from the Rising Sun tribe. Mingguang was suddenly moved. Instead of acting alone, it was better to go with them and have a greater chance of escaping. He was about to speed up when suddenly a tyrannical aura rolled over from the top of his head. It was Donglai. That aura directly descended among the masters of the cavern world who were preparing to flee. Without any explanation or questioning, Donglai coldly attacked. The highest cultivation level of the defected masters was only the single crown emperor, and most of them were half-step emperor realm. In front of the double crown emperor, they were like a group of ants. With a loud bang, 400 or 500 masters instantly turned into a rain of blood, and none of them escaped. Ri Donglai was drenched in blood, and his eyes were particularly cruel, betraying the Rising Sun tribe, disregarding the lives of the people of the tribe, kill without mercy. The thunderous roar penetrated all the cavern world. There are still 2 hours left. If you can't complete the goal, this leader will punish you severely. He intentionally or unintentionally stared at Mingguang, and the latter's old body suddenly trembled, pretending to repair the cavern world. As Ri Donglai left, he returned to the cavern world in fear and anger. I can't leave. Mingguang looked at the mountains and rivers of the cavern world in the distance, and his eyes were full of shame. I'm incompetent, I'm ashamed of your faith, and I'm unable to protect you. Noticing the movement outside, Mingdai's heart twitched slightly, unable to suppress his grief and anger. Swish, swish, swish. Choose a young man with ordinary qualifications. That's all I can do. Mingguang felt powerless. Chapter 1909. 2 hours later, Ri Donglai came out of the 10 cavern worlds, his hands full of blood, and the young men who were forcibly escorted out. Finally, the 10 disobedient cavern world controllers received the punishment they deserved. Looking around the plaza of the Rising Sun tribe, Ri Donglai smiled and said, My fellow tribesmen, don't be afraid and don't hesitate. What awaits you is an unprecedented opportunity. You will represent the Rising Sun tribe and head to the Wolf Smoke tribe to exchange and learn from their outstanding youths. Go. You will be the proof of peace between our 2 tribes. Under the leadership of Ri Donglai's confidant, 100 million young men wept, resisted, and were pushed towards the Wolf Smoke tribe. Looking at their backs, Ri Donglai breathed a long sigh of relief. The great crisis had finally been resolved. Half a day later, Ri Donglai's confidant sent a message. The Wolf Smoke tribe is very satisfied with our sincerity and decided to send emissaries to the Rising Sun tribe tomorrow to sign a treaty of friendship between the 2 tribes. Hearing this, Ri Donglai was overjoyed. The stone in his chest was completely lifted. He happily arranged the venue for tomorrow's negotiations and prepared to welcome them with the grandest ceremony. He was sure that they would be satisfied. At the same time, he ordered the Rising Sun tribe warriors to patrol the various cavern worlds and strictly ordered that no creature should say anything negative about the Wolf Smoke tribe. He also specially granted the patrol warriors the right to kill first and report later. Once found, they would be arrested immediately, and those who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. In addition, he also summoned the Cavern World controllers to arrange in detail the venue and order for tomorrow's peace talks. He asked each Cavern World controller to manage their own people and not let the people of the Wolf Smoke tribe have the slightest dissatisfaction, so as not to affect the peace talks. At this point, what else could they say? 100 million people had been sacrificed. What else could they do? They could only accept the humiliating peace. Suyu, who was in a deep retreat, knew nothing about this. He was trying to explore the new magical use of the law of time and had a little success. The next morning, he walked out of the training room and faintly found that the atmosphere of the cavern world was not right. Not only were there many more Rising Sun tribe patrols, but the spirits of the cavern world were also unusually depressed. Casually listening to their thoughts, Suyu frowned. The Wolf Smoke tribe came faster than expected. Moreover, so many things had happened during the few days he had been in retreat. In particular, Ri Donglai's performance made Suyu's eyes turn cold. At the same time, a group of 10 people from the Wolf Smoke tribe slowly stepped into the Rising Sun tribe. The leader was none other than the traitor of the Rising Sun tribe, Shan Lingfei. Not long ago, it was also him who followed the 3rd chieftain into the Rising Sun tribe and slaughtered countless clansmen. After a few days, he became the peace ambassador of the Rising Sun tribe. Ri Donglai led the masters of the cavern world to welcome them from afar. Welcome, envoy of the Wolf Smoke Tribe. We, the Rising Sun Tribe, warmly welcome you. Ri Donglai ignored Dan Lingfei's identity and cupped his fists with a smile. Dan Lingfei sat on top of the beast. His posture wasn't flattering at all. His gaze landed on Mingguang, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sarcastic sneer. Back then, when Mingguang killed his family for the sake of righteousness, he probably never dreamed that one day he would return with such an identity, right? Mingguang frowned deeply. He had a very bad premonition. Sir Envoy, please come this way. Ri Donglai led the way in front with a smile on his face. At this moment, from a cavern world that they passed by, tens of thousands of creatures rushed out. They all had cultivation, but it could be said that their cultivation was negligible. The Wolf Smoke Tribe killed countless of my people. Ri Donglai scourged my people and made them worse than pigs and dogs. This is the cycle of the heavens. Evil has its retribution. Tens of thousands of people were stained with blood. It was the blood of the patrol soldiers. Their cavern world was the world where the first ruler was killed by Ri Donglai. The previous ruler sacrificed himself to protect them. The next ruler was killed by Ri Donglai in order to seek justice for the dead group of people. In order to protect them, the current ruler chose to lead them to escape from the Rising Sun Tribe and was killed by Ri Donglai again. Among the three rulers, two of them did not die in the hands of the enemy, but in the hands of their own people. Traitors were always more ferocious than the enemy. In order to save his own life, Ri Donglai had long betrayed the Rising Sun Tribe and his people. The sudden situation made Ri Donglai's smiling face suddenly stiff and cold. He glanced sideways, and a powerful wave killed all of them in an instant, leaving no bones behind. His heart slightly tightened, and he looked at Dan Lingfei cautiously. What made his mood fall to the bottom was that Dan Lingfei's face was ice cold. He stared at him indifferently. Ri Donglai, is this the sincerity you mentioned in the peace talks? Let's go. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. Ri Donglai's face was livid with anger. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he pinched his 5 fingers in the air. Crack! The cavern world where tens of thousands of rebels appeared was shattered in an instant. The billions of living beings inside were all buried. The last time the Wolf Smoke Tribe attacked, the number of people of the Rising Sun Tribe killed was less than a fraction of this time. The rulers of the cavern world behind Ri Donglai were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. All of them clenched their fists, wishing they could grind Ri Donglai's bones and scatter his ashes. He didn't have the courage to fight back, but he was so vicious to his own people. What kind of leader was he? Ri Donglai cast an apologetic smile at Dan Lingfei. I'm very sorry, Sir Envoy. A few traitors have disturbed you, but I promise that I will give you a perfect explanation like just now. Dan Lingfei glanced at the shattered cavern world and smiled evilly. That's more like it. Under the warm reception of Ri Donglai, the Wolf Smoke Tribe's envoy delegation finally came to the negotiation hall. A banquet had been set up there, and countless beautiful human maids stood respectfully on both sides, welcoming them to take their seats. Dan Lingfei's cloak fluttered, and he sat at the head of the table, glancing at the people in front of him. The leader of the Rising Sun Tribe, who he used to look up to, and the ruler of the cavern world, who he needed to treat respectfully, were now standing in front of him humbly. A feeling of exaltation lingered in the depths of his mind. His eyes were like lightning. He stared at Mingguang in the crowd again and said lightly, Ri Donglai, your people don't know the rules. I represent the big leader and second leader of the Wolf Smoke Tribe. Seeing me is the same as seeing them, but your people are standing straight. Are you disrespecting the two leaders? Ri Donglai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly turned his head and shouted, Didn't you hear? Why aren't you kneeling down and greeting Sir Envoy? The rest of the people knelt down one after another. They had sacrificed so much. So what if they sacrificed a little more dignity? In the crowd, Mingguang's old face flashed with deep hatred and bitterness. He bent his knees and also knelt down. Staring at Mingguang, who was kneeling on the ground, Dan Lingfei laughed wildly. Hee hee, you may rise. Dan Lingfei waved his hand, and then looked at the maids present critically. Do you only have these beautiful women in the Rising Sun tribe? I really can't see your sincerity. Go, call Ming Dai over to accompany me for a drink. If she makes me happy, then today's peace talk will be easy. Mingguang was furious. He really wanted to make a move on Ming Dai. However, not allowing him to say anything, Ri Donglai smiled and said, For Sir Envoy to let Ming Dai accompany you for a drink. That is a blessing that she can't cultivate for a few lifetimes. Go, inform Ming Dai and ask her to come over. Ri Donglai's confidant immediately flew to Mingguang's cavern world. Dan Lingfei stared at Mingguang's murderous eyes, and his heart was extremely happy. Countless ways to make Mingguang suffer so much pain flashed in his mind. For example, strip Ming Dai on the table and turn her from a girl to a woman in front of him. Thinking so in his heart, he and several other wolf smoke tribe messengers laughed and drank. The human maids forced themselves to be happy, dancing and playing music. Ri Donglai was full of smiles and accompanied them to the side in a friendly manner. That scene was as awe-inspiring as it could be. Dan Lingfei felt that he had reached the peak of his life. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ming Dai still didn't come. He frowned unhappily. Ri Donglai, why is it so difficult to be alone? Or does your Rising Sun tribe think that I, Dan Lingfei, am not worthy of her accompanying me for a drink? Ri Donglai's face changed slightly, and he immediately winked at his confidant on the side, asking him to see what was going on and why Ming Dai hadn't come yet. Sir Envoy is heroic and outstanding, a dragon among men. Ming Dai is just a little girl. For you to take a fancy to her, that is. Before he finished speaking, a voice came from the soul level of everyone at the same time. Well, at least you know your place. You are indeed not worthy of Dai, or accompanying you for a drink. Dan Lingfei's face suddenly turned cold, and he stared coldly at Ri Donglai. It seems that I was right. Ri Donglai broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time a strong murderous intent arose in his heart. Who dared to ruin the peace talks? Swish! In the center of the banquet, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a silver-haired handsome young man with his hands behind his back appeared. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were as calm as water, without any joy or anger. Dan Lingfei's pupils shrank. It was him, the young man who killed the 3rd leader. Why did the Wolf Smoke tribe send their troops to the border? It was because he killed the 3rd leader that the Wolf Smoke tribe sent their troops to the border. Dan Lingfei was extremely afraid, but when he looked at Ri Donglai, who was beside him, his heart calmed down again. With this person's leader here, could he still rebel? Ri Donglai, is he also one of your people? Dan Lingfei said lightly, the displeasure on his face almost carved out. Ri Donglai looked at Suyu. He had never seen Suyu before, but there were countless people in the Rising Sun tribe. The envoy is here. Why don't you kneel down? Ri Donglai's face was cold. Suyu did not even look at him. He stared at Dan Lingfei and said calmly, Go back and tell the 2 leaders of the Wolf Smoke tribe to wash their necks. I will come back later to take their lives. As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked. Ri Donglai was even more furious. Finally, a reckless young clansman popped out after much difficulty. 1,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for this. Chapter 1910. Suyu chose to ignore Ri Donglai. He looked at Shan Lingfei for a moment. The latter was fearless and looked at him coldly with an evil smile, as if to say, What can you do to me? Ri Donglai, your people don't seem to be very obedient. If you make me unhappy, this peace talk will end here. Shan Lingfei said coldly. The other 9 envoys of the Wolf Smoke tribe all had cold faces, and they looked like they were about to leave. Ri Donglai knew he could not wait any longer. His aura suddenly doubled, wanting to crush Su Yu into nothingness in an instant to satisfy the 10 envoys. However, as the aura pressed down on him, Su Yu's clothes gently lifted, and there was no longer the slightest change. There was a flash of surprise and doubt in his eyes. With a frown, he changed to a palm across the air. A wisp of the desolate power turned into a sharp thread and flew out, intending to kill Su Yu. However, Su Yu stood in place with his hands behind his back, not dodging or evading, allowing the desolate power to strike. 3 feet away from his body, an invisible space barrier suddenly appeared. The desolate power hit the barrier, creating ripples, and then disappeared. This time, Ri Donglai was really surprised. His blow could only be resisted by a single crown martial artist. Anyone below the martial artist level should have no power to resist. Su Yu's gaze lingered on Shan Lingfei for 10 breaths before he said lightly, "Since you don't want to go back, let someone else do it for you." He did not move, but a space lotus suddenly bloomed under the seat of honor that Shan Lingfei was sitting in. When Shan Lingfei saw Su Yu effortlessly block a blow from Ri Donglai, he had a bad feeling and secretly took precautions. Almost reflexively he roared, "The shifting stars!" He was clearly in the center, but when he used the divine technique, he switched places with the envoy of the Wolf Smoke tribe on the far left. Before the envoy could recover, he was immediately crushed into a mist of blood by the blooming lotus. Dan Lingfei's pupils constricted. He would never forget that spatial lotus, not even in his dreams. Among the thousands of soldiers and horses, a lotus bloomed, leaving a long trail of blood. Hundreds of Wolf Smoke tribe soldiers died instantly. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air and roared in horror. "Ri Donglai, you piece of trash, you can't even discipline your own people. How dare you assassinate the envoys? I'm going to report this to the 2 leaders and immediately exterminate your entire clan." He was really flustered, as if Ri Donglai could not restrain this clansman. What was going on? Wasn't he a member of the younger generation cultivated by the Rising Sun tribe? Where did he get the courage to resist Ri Donglai? Su Yu looked at him calmly. "I want to clarify 2 things. First, I am not a member of the Rising Sun tribe, but a passerby. 2, I'm a man of my word. If you don't want to go back and send the message, I'll find someone else." With a cold gaze, Su Yu took out the Azura sword and pointed it at the air. This sword caused Shan Lingfei's soul to leave his body. He vividly remembered how the 3rd leader had died. At this moment, his scalp went numb, and he cursed, "Protect me!" Ri Donglai reacted and shouted, "Evil creature, stop! Do you want to kill our Rising Sun tribe?" However, that wisp of sword chi had already pierced through without a sound. Shan Lingfei was shocked to the extreme. At the critical moment, he smashed a jade pendant hanging on his chest and yelled, "Second leader, save me!" Bang! A majestic aura of a double-crowned emperor suddenly descended. The aura converged to form a burly, 6-feet-tall man. There was a black sun mark between his eyebrows. It was the famous 2nd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. This was the amulet given to Shan Lingfei by the 2nd leader. At the critical moment, it could be used to kill Ri Donglai. Peace talks? Was it possible? He had killed the 3rd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. Only the annihilation of the entire Rising Sun tribe could wash away the hatred. As for agreeing to the peace talks, it was just to numb the Rising Sun tribe and prevent them from falling into a desperate situation. It was ridiculous that the leader of the Rising Sun tribe believed it. As soon as the projection of the 2nd leader appeared, he immediately displayed a powerful law and blasted it against the oncoming sword. Poof! The 2 eliminated each other, and the remaining sword chi pierced through and shot towards Shan Lingfei. Shan Lingfei's expression changed. Even a blow from the 2nd leader could not withstand his sword. "Big Dipper, He displayed a similar divine technique again. This time, he moved another messenger in front of him. In an instant, he was penetrated by the remaining sword chi, and his life was extinguished on the spot. However, the sword chi did not stop and continued to attack. Big Dipper. Another messenger was moved in front of him, but he still ended up dead. After a few more moves, 8 of the other 9 messengers became his scapegoats. But because of this, the terrifying sword chi finally dissipated. Shan Lingfei's legs were trembling. He turned around and fled in horror. Su Yu stood where he was and made a grasping motion with one hand. Shan Lingfei, who had already escaped far away, was swept up by an irresistible force of space and returned 30 feet in front of Su Yu. This scene caused Shan Lingfei to scream in fear. The most terrifying enemy was not one who was absolutely stronger than him, but one who was not only strong, but also had the power to prevent him from escaping. Ri Donglai, why the hell are you still standing there? Hurry and save me. Shan Lingfei was terrified of Su Yu and treated Ri Donglai like an animal. However, Ri Donglai had pinned his last hope on Shan Lingfei and obeyed him. His face was extremely gloomy. Looking at the corpses of the messengers on the ground, he said furiously, "Where did this little bastard come from? How dare you ruin the plans of the Rising Sun tribe? I will not forgive you." Creak! A large number of chains of rules appeared in his palm, indicating that Ri Donglai was going to kill him with all his might. It was not until this moment that Su Yu looked at Ri Donglai seriously for the first time. His eyes were calm, and his inner emotions could not be seen. He said calmly, "I wanted to get rid of the messengers of the Wolf Smoke tribe before dealing with you. Since you are so considerate of the people, I will deal with you first." A crimson flame emerged from his palm. It was the unfathomably powerful, true dragon divine flame. At the moment when the other party's chains of rules attacked, Su Yu flicked the flame with his fingers. In an instant, Ri Donglai's chains of rules were burned. Ah! Ri Donglai screamed in pain. His rules were damaged, and he was in great pain. What kind of flame is this? He screamed in horror. In the face of this flame, he felt a sense of insignificance, as if he could be killed at any time. Su Yu said lightly, "You don't have to know. You just need to understand that everything you do has a price." The Azura sword turned with his wrist, drawing out a cold and obscure sword energy. Suddenly, Ri Donglai's heart beat wildly, and a rare sense of life and death crisis surged. In the blink of an eye, he surged the power of desolation all over his body and slammed it out, trying to contend with it. However, the sword energy turned a blind eye to it and easily penetrated the power of desolation that Ri Donglai was proud of. At this moment, Ri Donglai was shocked and hurriedly took out his divine weapon. However, the moment the divine weapon touched the sword energy, it was destroyed on the spot. He threw out 4 or 5 top-grade divine weapons in succession, but they were all destroyed one by one. "Stop! If you kill me, what will happen to the Rising Sun tribe? Without my protection, what will happen to them if other tribes invade in the future?" At this critical moment, Ri Donglai shouted in a panic, trying to move Su Yu with a high-sounding reason. Su Yu was unmoved and said calmly, "The protection you are referring to, are you referring to the tens of billions of creatures in the cavern world that you destroyed not long ago? Or are you talking about the people who were sent to the Wolf Smoke tribe as slaves? Or are you talking about the cavern world masters who were brutally killed by you? Compared to you, the enemies you speak of are too merciful. The number of people from the Rising Sun tribe they've killed isn't even a fraction of what you've killed," Su Yu said placidly. "Since ancient times, traitors have always been more brutal than enemies." As his voice fell, Su Yu waved his sword again. 2 destructive sword energies came one after another. Ri Donglai roared unwillingly, and his eyes were wide open as he cursed. "Little bastard! What does the Rising Sun tribe's business have to do with an outsider like you?" As soon as his voice fell, the vitality of his body was instantly hollowed out. However, the moment the sword energy penetrated his body, a furnace wrapped in other souls escaped from his body. Under such circumstances, the body and soul should be destroyed together. That furnace should not be simple. The 9-death soul protection furnace. Wasn't it stolen by a mysterious person during the era of the previous tribal leader? Mingguang and several of the older generation of the Cavern World Masters were shocked. The so-called 9-death soul protection furnace was a mysterious treasure inherited by the Rising Sun tribe. It had a life-saving effect on the soul. It was said that even a blow from the Three-Crown Emperor could not hurt the soul. The most important thing was that if the soul was injured, it could be nourished by the furnace and slowly recovered. As long as there was a part of the soul left, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be completely healed. It was said that the first leader of the Rising Sun tribe, in order to fight for enough territory for the tribe, fought hundreds of battles with the foreign tribes. Dozens of times the body was severely injured, and 9 times the soul was almost irrecoverable. However, they were all repaired by the furnace and pulled back from the edge of death. Therefore, it was also called the 9-death soul protection furnace by the Rising Sun tribe. This furnace, as a sacred object, had always been kept by the tribal leader, until the previous leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe led a group of people to pass by the Rising Sun tribe and took the opportunity to plunder. They were resisted by the leader. The leader was defeated, and his soul was seriously injured by the leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. The leader then went into seclusion, using the 9-death soul protection furnace to repair the seriously injured soul. However, no one expected that the leader, who was in seclusion, was suddenly attacked by an unknown strong person. Not only was his injury aggravated, but the 9-death soul protection furnace was also taken away. Not long after, the previous leader died because of double injuries. The 9-death soul protection furnace was also missing. What all the masters of the Cavern World did not expect was that the 9-death soul protection furnace was actually in the hands of the current leader, Donglai. The mystery of tens of millions of years ago was suddenly solved. To be able to hide from so many people and break into the place where the leader went into seclusion. Besides their own people, who else could it be? And only when the previous leader died could the current leader take over. Donglai, it was you who killed the old leader. Everyone suddenly understood, and they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. For so many years, they did not see through Donglai's despicable and insidious character. They let this group of pests who had harmed the Rising Sun tribe get away with it until today. Donglai's soul hid in the 9-death soul protection furnace and fled in horror. At this moment, there was no place for him in the Rising Sun tribe. Chapter 1911. Su Yu grasped with one hand, and the space around Donglai was blocked, forming an impenetrable space cage. If he had a body, he might be able to break the space cage by force, but he was only left with his soul. Su Yu easily crushed Donglai's body and imprisoned his soul. The masters of the Cavern World, present, not only did not try to stop him, but they were extremely excited. Of course, there were a few of Donglai's confidants who were pale. Dan Lingfei also looked gloomy. His face was covered with Donglai's blood, but he was not as arrogant and proud as before. Like a poor worm who had just fallen from the peak of life to the bottom of life, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed miserably. Say, Senior, I know I was wrong. I will repent and rejoin the Rising Sun tribe. I will never do evil again. No matter what you ask me to do, I will obey your orders. Su Yu stared at him indifferently and shook his head gently. Your eyes tell me that if there is a chance, you will make things worse and pay back the humiliation you have suffered today tenfold. It is useless to keep people like you alive. With a flick of his fingers, a strand of silk flew out from his wrist and neatly cut off his head. The connected soul was also cut and shattered. Of the 10 negotiators, only the last one was still alive, but his whole body was stiff and his feet were like lead. He stood in place and did not dare to move. He looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a man-eating demon. He killed Redonglai, a double crown emperor, with a flick of his fingers, and their souls could not escape. What kind of strength was this? Only the great leader could compare with him. When Suyu looked at him, he screamed, and his legs went soft, and he collapsed to the ground. Suyu flicked his fingers, cut off the heads of Redonglai and the other 8 envoys, and threw them all to him. This is a gift from the Rising Sun tribe for the peace talks. The peace talks are over. Tell your 2 leaders to wait for me to come and take their lives. Go. Without saying anything, Suyu's mind moved, and a space power wrapped him and the 10 big heads and sent them away from the Rising Sun tribe. After doing this, Suyu waved his sleeves, and all the blood was swept away. He silently left the cavern world and came to a cavern world that had already collapsed. He clenched his hands, and the broken cavern world condensed into a humanoid statue kneeling on the ground. The face and shape were undoubtedly Redonglai. Then he waved his hand across space, pulling Redonglai's soul over. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of true dragon divine fire wrapped around his soul. Under his control, the true dragon divine fire's high temperature constantly roasted him to the point where he wished he was dead, but it wasn't fatal. At the same time, Suyu poured pure life force into his soul and released it bit by bit. When his soul showed signs of weakening, it would be released to preserve his soul. In this way, he would suffer the torment of the true dragon divine fire for all eternity until his life force was exhausted. Only then would he truly die. Since you keep saying that you are thinking for the sake of the people of the Rising Sun tribe, then set an example and express it with practical actions. Suyu said calmly, "Your punishment is to kneel in the stone statue for 1,000 years and repent to those of the same race that you killed." He clenched his fist and sent his soul into the kneeling statue. At the same time, he injected Suyu's death law into the stone statue. If anyone wanted to break the stone statue and save Redonglai's soul, they would first have to bear the attack of the death law. Anyone under the double crown emperor would die. The masters of the cavern world who rushed out all applauded and cheered. What Suyu did was simply gratifying. Among the crowd, Mingguang walked out. He felt like he was in a dream. The young man he accidentally brought back turned out to be a peerless, strong man. What kind of terrible character was Redonglai? How could he be killed so easily? With such terrible strength, he had only heard of the great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. "Senior Su, if I have offended you in the past, please forgive me." Mingguang couldn't help but remember that he had put Suyu in prison. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be frightened. "It doesn't matter," Suyu said indifferently. Mingguang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Suyu with several other masters of the Single Crown Emperor's cavern world. "We thank Senior Su for your great kindness." Without Suyu's help, they didn't know how long they would have to endure Redonglai's bullying. Suyu unleashed the power of space in the air and helped them up. He had a guilty look on his face as he said, "I can't accept your thanks. I am ashamed to say this, but the Wolf Smoke tribe's invasion was caused by me." Mingguang was puzzled and said, "Senior Su, what do you mean by this?" Suyu said, "I killed the 3rd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe, which provoked the revenge of the Wolf Smoke tribe. However, to be honest, the Wolf Smoke tribe did have a large army, but the number of people killed was only 10,000. The one who really killed the Rising Sun tribe was the tribe leader, Redonglai." "What, Senior? Senior Su also killed the 3rd leader?" Everyone gasped. What kind of strength was he? The 3rd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe was far stronger than Redonglai. Not only did he kill Redonglai, but he was also strong enough to kill the 3rd leader. It was incredible. Mingguang came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Senior, please don't say that. Redonglai did not dare to retaliate against the Wolf Smoke tribe. Senior killed the 3rd leader, which was something we wanted to do, but were powerless to do. We can't even thank you enough. How can we blame you? If the people who sacrificed themselves knew about it, they would not blame you." Su Yu sighed. I didn't kill them. They died because of me. I am responsible for their deaths. He didn't shy away from his own mistakes. If he had woken up earlier, there probably wouldn't have been so many innocent and resentful souls who died in vain. Mingguang sighed. Compared with the selfish Ri Donglai, Su Yu was noble beyond the clouds. Senior Su, we are very grateful for everything you have done for the Rising Sun tribe. Now, please leave quickly. I think with your strength, as long as you don't meet the 2 leaders of the Wolf Smoke tribe, there should be no problem. We will also put away the cavern world and break out of the encirclement. We will try to lead the people to escape from the encirclement and find a place to settle down. Su Yu listened and said, Let's wait for a while. Mingguang hesitated. Senior, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. The Wolf Smoke tribe knows that the peace emissary has been killed. They will definitely come after us. At that time, it may be difficult to leave. Hearing this, Su Yu shook his head lightly. I am waiting for them to send the peace emissary over and ask for peace from us. Ask for peace from us? Many of the cavern world controllers looked at each other in disbelief. Even if Su Yu was strong, could he be stronger than the 2nd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe? That was a top-notch, late-stage, double-crown martial emperor. In addition to him, there was also the Great Leader. In addition to the Great Leader, there were thousands of single-crown martial emperors. What could Su Yu do to the Wolf Smoke tribe alone? At the same time, the tsunami-like army of the Wolf Smoke tribe surrounded the Rising Sun tribe, layer by layer. A moving central army camp, carried by hundreds of wild beasts, followed the army and marched towards the Rising Sun tribe. In the military camp, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, playing chess leisurely. One of them had a black sun between his eyebrows. It was the 2nd leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. The other was a middle-aged man with a single eye. He had an elegant temperament and a calm expression. If not for his single eye, which ruined his temperament, no one would have guessed that the person in front of them was the famous Great Leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. It was rumored that he was a peak existence close to the Triple Crown Martial Emperor. Big Brother's chess skills are much more exquisite. I am ashamed of my inferiority. The 2nd leader thought hard for a long time, sighed helplessly, and admitted defeat. The Great Leader smiled lightly. Chess skills are about strategizing and grasping the chess pieces. A good chess piece can often turn something rotten into something magical and reverse the situation. Haha, I don't understand what you are saying, Big Brother. Anyway, I am not interested in chess skills. But Big Brother, you have always been interested in chess skills, the 2nd leader said with a smile. The Great Leader said meaningfully, It is not that I am interested in chess skills, but I have been waiting for a game of chess. Big Brother's words are a bit profound. I don't understand. What game of chess in the world needs Big Brother to wait for? The 2nd leader asked suspiciously. The Great Leader nodded his head, slightly, his eyes shining brightly. I have already waited for tens of millions of years for that game of chess to start. If I am lucky enough to join it, maybe I will have a chance to break through and become a Triple Crown Emperor. The 2nd leader's heart thumped. What game of chess is so special to actually give Big Brother a chance to break through to become a Triple Crown Emperor? Common people's chess. The Great Leader calmly spat out these 3 words, his gaze sharp. The 2nd leader was shocked. Common people's chess? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Just as he was about to ask, a report came from outside. The envoy for the peace talks had returned and had something to report to them. The 2nd leader couldn't help but laugh in a mocking manner. It seems like we managed to bluff that bunch of dumb things. Big Brother really has a good plan, sending an envoy to cause discord between their leader and people, and also to make them lower their guard. Like that, it will be really easy for us to wipe out the Rising Sun tribe. The Great Leader shook his head in disagreement. It isn't that I am smart, but that Ri Donglai is too stupid. He is so stupid that I can't feel any joy from winning. No matter what, I won't be able to learn Big Brother's move. The second leader laughed and said, Then he said, Let the envoy in. The flap of the tent was lifted, and only one person entered. The second leader frowned. Why are you alone? Where is Shan Lingfei? Wasn't he in charge of the peace talks? When he heard that, the envoy knelt down. I am useless and couldn't protect Shan Lingfei well. He took out Shan Lingfei's head. When the second leader saw it, he was stunned. He was dead? There was no sadness in his eyes. To him, Shan Lingfei was just a dog that could be abandoned at any time. However, this dog was really vicious when it bit people and was really useful. The great leader was slightly confused. Why would Ri Donglai allow him to be killed by the Rising Sun tribe? According to his analysis, Ri Donglai was a chess piece that was afraid of death. Under the tense environment he created, Ri Donglai would spare no effort to serve Shan Lingfei. The envoy took out Ri Donglai's head in fear and said with a trembling voice, He is dead! Chapter 1912. The second chief suddenly got up and asked incredulously, How did he die? Did the Rising Sun tribe have a powerful being who could kill Ri Donglai? But was it possible? They were all tribes on the grassland and knew each other's strength. If the Rising Sun tribe really had someone who was stronger than Ri Donglai, he would not be controlled by someone like Ri Donglai. The messenger did not dare to hide anything and said in horror, He is the one who killed the third chief. The second chief was shocked again, and his tone suddenly became gloomy. Didn't you say that the young man only used the powerful magic weapon of the Rising Sun tribe to kill the third chief? What was wrong with Ri Donglai? He didn't take back the magic weapon, but caused himself to lose his life. At least the group of deserters came back and said that the young man killed the third chief with a mysterious, powerful magic weapon. The messenger hurriedly shook his head, and his face was full of fear. No, he is not a member of the Rising Sun tribe, but a human guest passing by. Not only could Ri Donglai not restrain him, but he was also easily killed by him. Not a member of the Rising Sun tribe? The news was unexpected. They thought that they could use Ri Donglai to control their own people, and it would be best to force Ri Donglai to take the initiative to kill this person. Unexpectedly, he was not a member of the Rising Sun tribe. So, our Wolfsmoke tribe is actually fighting with a mysterious expert who has no fixed residence. The second chief's eyes showed a trace of thought. They were not afraid of the powerful Rising Sun tribe. No matter how strong the expert was, he could not leave the tribe. He had to stay to protect the tribe. In this way, as long as they had enough troops, no matter how strong his cultivation was, it would be useless. However, if the other party was a lone wolf, it would be troublesome. He had no fixed residence and no one to protect. He could leave at any time and come back at any time. It could be said that he was a ghost that made people restless. Big Brother, it seems that we made a mistake from the beginning. The second chief turned his head and said. The great chief stared at the chessboard and asked thoughtfully, He let you come back just to bring back the heads? The emissary shuddered violently and stammered. He asked me to tell the two leaders that these heads are his gifts for the peace talks, and then he asked the two leaders to wait. He's coming to take your heads. The second chief laughed angrily. What an arrogant tone! However, there was a deep fear in his words. After killing one of the three leaders and another Ri Donglai, his cultivation level might not be lower than his. Moreover, they came and went without a trace and could appear at any time. Such an enemy was too dangerous. Big Brother, what do you think we should do? The second leader looked at the big leader and asked him to make a decision. The great leader's remaining eye was empty and apathetic. It's fine. He is not a lone wolf, but a goat that will not leave its side in order to protect its people. Big Brother, why do you say that? The great chief said indifferently he is just a passerby. Why would he send us gifts for peace talks for the sake of unrelated people of the Rising Sun tribe? After pausing for a moment, he flicked his finger and hit the bell outside the tent, causing the bell to ring violently. That was the signal for the army to move faster. Kill him. He will stand in front of the Rising Sun tribe and use his body to block our arrows." The wild beasts charged towards the Rising Sun tribe at an unprecedented speed. 2 hours later, the sky around the Rising Sun tribe was densely packed with countless black shadows, like a black tide, surrounding the entire Rising Sun tribe. Suffocation and despair welled up in his heart. "Su, you looked towards the heavens. A giant eye hung in the 9 heavens, silently watching everything on the ground. The scene from countless miles away entered his vision. A central army camp carried by hundreds of wild beasts was clearly reflected in Su Yu's eyes. That must be the tent of the Wolf Smoke tribe's great leader and second leader." Thinking of this, Su Yu took out a pitch-black giant bow and stuck it into the ground. The law of great strength and physical strength gathered in his arms, and he pulled the bowstring 6 inches apart. Then he knocked the heavenly arrow and silently aimed at the central army camp. The great leader, who had been calm all along, suddenly frowned and slowly stood up. "Second brother, get out of the way. Something dangerous is coming." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a jet of black flowing light traversed the space and instantly spun and penetrated the central army camp tent. The entire tent was torn to shreds in an instant. The 2 great leaders instantly flew to the left and right, barely avoiding this dangerous attack. Looking ahead again, the black flowing light had sliced a bloody path 100 feet wide through the densely packed army. Thousands of Wolf Smoke tribe warriors and wild beasts died in an instant. The second leader's eyes were filled with shock as he turned to look. The black flowing light that had brushed past him had disappeared into thin air. The great leader's gaze pierced through the distance and fixed on the front of the Rising Sun tribe. He could vaguely see a silver-haired human standing in front of a giant iron bow. Is that this person's divine weapon? The second leader's heart was pounding. With the great leader's warning, he could avoid it in advance. If he had been alone, he would have been killed by the arrow. The great leader was about to speak when his pupils suddenly shrank and he pushed the second leader away from him. At the same time, he also dodged. Almost at that moment, a shockingly destructive sword energy rippled out formlessly. Then, a silver-haired youth, holding a blood-red longsword, stepped out from the chaotic yin and yang energies. "I asked you to wash your necks and wait quietly, but you took the initiative to come to me. I appreciate your kindness," Su Yu said indifferently. He then swept his sword horizontally toward the second leader. The second leader's expression changed drastically, and he retreated without hesitation. Barely dodging the attack, the great leader suddenly yelled, "Be careful behind you!" The second leader turned his head to look, and a quiet space lotus had appeared behind him. As he retreated, it suddenly bloomed. A sense of life and death crisis welled up in his heart. Without thinking, the second leader leaned to the right and was about to escape. But suddenly, a large number of scales appeared on the surface of Su Yu's body, and he turned into a long dragon that was 1,000 feet long and overflowing with evil energy. The huge dragon tail swept mercilessly and hit the second leader fiercely. No matter how much he guarded against it, he could never guard against a human transforming into a giant dragon. With a bang, he was swept toward the space lotus. The blooming petals sealed him in the lotus. The great leader's expression changed drastically. He had expected Su Yu to be very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Not only did he have a divine weapon, but he also had countless powerful techniques. He rushed toward the space lotus, using the chain of rules to shake the lotus. At the same time, he said urgently, "Quick, attack from the inside and outside. Break the space cage." He had a very bad premonition that the other party's techniques might not be so simple. The second leader had never felt such panic before, and a great sense of regret shrouded his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have rushed into the Wolf Smoke tribe. But they were obviously one step too late. The evil dragon opened its huge mouth and suddenly spat out a powerful divine fire igniting the entire space lotus. Ah! A shrill scream rose into the sky. The second leader was sealed in the space of the lotus, burned alive into a giant flaming man. The great leader flew over with a roar, trying to break the space cage. But as soon as he touched it, it was also ignited by the real dragon divine fire, and it quickly spread to his body. Feeling the extreme danger of this fire, the great leader hurriedly tore off his clothes and shook off the divine fire by a hair's breadth. But he dared not attack the space lotus again, and could only watch helplessly as the second leader was burned to a pile of ashes. He took a few deep breaths and stared angrily at Tsuyu with his remaining eye. In his anger, there was a deep sense of fear. He was wrong. Tsuyu had never been a pawn that he could control, a pawn that he could manipulate. He had thought that he could easily kill Tsuyu, and that was why he had rashly attacked. Human, no matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the entire wolf smoke tribe? The great leader slowly retreated. Countless strong fighters of the wolf smoke tribe surged forward, protecting him behind them. Hundreds of single-crowned divine warriors were at the forefront, launching fierce attacks at Tsuyu. Even the great leader had no confidence that he could withstand the simultaneous attacks of 100 single-crowned divine warriors. Tsuyu could not either. But someone could. I said I would take your head, and I will. Tsuyu calmly took out a white emperor puppet shrouded in a black robe. The invincible aura of the three-crowned divine warrior was released in an instant. He took a step forward and casually threw a punch forward. A swirling force gushed out from his right fist. The combined attack of hundreds of single-crowned divine warriors was instantly wiped out, and the force of the fist did not seem to be expended much. It bombarded the hundreds of single-crowned divine warriors. Countless, heart-wrenching cries of pain could be heard. Dozens of single-crowned divine warriors died on the spot, and the rest were all severely injured. The great leader, who was protected by layers upon layers of protection, was also affected. His internal organs were violently shaken, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face finally revealed an expression of shock. Three-crowned divine warriors! That kind of invincible existence had already surpassed a simple advantage in numbers. It was like how, no matter how many ants there were, could they fight against an elephant? It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. At the same time, Tsuyu disappeared from his original spot. The great leader's heart trembled. He took out a ring-shaped sharp blade and slashed at the right side of his body. Ding! A blood sword silently appeared, but was blocked by the sharp blade. His senses were abnormally strong, but at the moment of contact, the blood sword suddenly shot out countless space blades, slicing toward the great leader. The great leader's expression changed. He grabbed out with one hand, grabbing a dark yellow blood-stained cloak, and covered himself with it. Ding, ding, ding. He did not know what the cloak was, but it had actually blocked the space blades. Tsuyu raised his brows. At that moment, the great leader's cloak was lifted, revealing his hidden head. A cold glow shot out from his remaining right eye. Tsuyu felt dizzy. His soul had been shaken. His soul was that of a three-crowned divine warrior, and yet it could still be affected. Die. The sharp blade in the great leader's hand silently slashed across Tsuyu's neck. At that critical moment, his wrist lightly shook. Countless strands of silk flew out, weaving into a giant net in front of his neck. However, that circular sharp blade was actually an unknown powerful divine weapon. The silk that Xiao Dai had used to break out of her cocoon had been completely severed. If the silk was like that, then what about Tsuyu's neck? Tsuyu's gaze darkened. The surface of his body suddenly rippled with a layer of extremely obscure ripples, like a slowly flowing stream. The great leader's sharp blade slashed across the surface of his body, but it actually froze. Chapter 1913. Seeing that he was about to succeed, the great chief gasped. This is time law. A layer of ripples of absolute time formed on the surface of his body. No matter how strong one's attack was, upon contact with the ripples, one would instantly fall into absolute time. As for Suyu himself, he was not affected, and he slowly recovered. The great chief knew this was not good. Without hesitation, he gave up on the circular sharp blade and quickly retreated. Almost at the same time as he retreated, Suyu's palm suddenly moved, and he used the instant destruction technique. The great chief retracted his head into the cloak. There was a slight muffled sound. The cloak shook, and all the sword energy was bounced back. He did not know what this cloak was, but it was abnormally strong and no attack could break it. But Suyu's eyes turned cold. His soul suddenly left his body, and he stood on the top of his head, taking a deep breath. His soul was like a balloon, inflating 4 to 5 times its original size. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and spat. Soul, roar! Roar! An incomparably sharp cry descended in an instant, like a gust of wind. The great chief, protected by the cloak, was right in front of him. He was caught off guard by the roar, even though the cloak's defense was astonishing. But Suyu was the soul of a 3-crown emperor. How could he be completely immune to the new soul technique he had just used? The great chief groaned, his body swaying as he groaned in pain. The nearby warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe were not much better off. Within a radius of 100,000 feet, whether it was a single crown emperor or a low-level warrior, their souls were instantly shattered by the roar, and they died on the spot. The lethality of this roar was comparable to a casual blow from a 3-crown emperor. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu flicked his long sword and tore off the great chief's cloak. But the great chief was already prepared, and he grabbed the cloak tightly as he retreated. As he retreated, he frantically ordered, "Kill! Kill the Rising Sun tribe!" Receiving the order, the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe roared as they charged toward the Rising Sun tribe. Suyu's gaze was cold. He could not care less about the fleeing great chief, and he turned to kill the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe to prevent the Rising Sun tribe from suffering further serious damage. The great chief took the opportunity to continuously use secret techniques, fleeing quickly, even abandoning the Wolf Smoke tribe. He knew that Suyu would protect the Rising Sun tribe, so in order to escape, he ordered the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe to attack the Rising Sun tribe. The result was just as he expected. Suyu killed many people in succession, but there were just too many enemies, and he couldn't kill them all in a short time. The soldiers of the Wolf Smoke tribe in the other directions had no idea that Suyu, the ferocious man, was here with a 3-crown emperor puppet. It whistled as it charged overexcitedly. Suyu stopped, took a deep breath, and roared, "Great leader, second leader, I will kill you. If you are disarmed, I will not kill you. If you are armed, I will kill you." He roared out with the law of great strength, his voice covering the sky, comparable to thousands of thunderbolts. The galloping savage beasts were so frightened that they staggered, causing the warriors who were caught off guard to fall off their backs. They are dead? Impossible. How is that possible? However, the great leader and the second leader did not respond, as if they were verifying his words. Instantly, the surging warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. The reason why they dared to be fierce was not because they were powerful, but because they had 3 powerful leaders. If the 3 chiefs also died, who would be able to resist the strong ones among them when other tribes came to seek revenge in the future? Walala! The warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe in the rear fled in panic, retreating like the tide. The warriors in front had no time to escape. Mingguang and several other masters of the cavern world looked at each other and roared. Warriors of the Rising Sun tribe listened to the order. The leader is dead. Follow us to kill the enemy. The warriors of the Rising Sun tribe had long been fed up with Ri Donglai's cowardice and forbearance. They responded one after another and followed the masters of the cavern world to kill the enemy. On one side were defeated deserters, and on the other side were angry warriors who were oppressed. The results of both sides were self-evident. It was almost a one-sided massacre. The war lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. More than half of the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe escaped, but more than half were wounded or captured. The huge victory made the Rising Sun tribe proud, and the resentment in their hearts disappeared. The most fortunate thing was that the 30,000 top beauties and 100 million young creatures who had been sent to seek peace were abandoned by the Wolf Smoke tribe in this battle and returned safely. Both sides hugged each other and cried bitterly, feeling wronged and sad. A group of masters of the cavern world led the warriors to clean up the battlefield, bury the bodies of their own warriors, and harvest the belongings of the warriors of the Wolf Fang tribe. Mingguang and a group of masters listened to the reports of the soldiers. In this battle, they suffered more than 10 million casualties, but the enemy killed more than tens of billions. In comparison, the losses were negligible. This kind of war with no casualties was a miracle. Their casualties were mainly caused by some fierce warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe, who were forced into a desperate situation and fought back fiercely. The rest of the warriors of the Wolf Smoke tribe threw away their armor and only wanted to escape. They were caught up by the warriors of the Rising Sun tribe behind them and slaughtered. After this battle, the vitality of the Wolf Smoke tribe was greatly damaged, and it was almost impossible to show off their power in the grassland. Moreover, the Wolf Smoke tribe had bullied countless small tribes. If they learned that the 3 leaders of the Wolf Smoke tribe were killed in battle and more than half of the warriors were injured or killed, it was self-evident what they would do. Mingguang and the others were overjoyed. The boulder that was pressing on their chests suddenly fell, and a long-lost sense of relief welled up in their hearts. By the way, where is Senior Su? Why don't I see him? A master of a single crown looked around. At this moment, a powerful wave of yin and yang energy descended. Su Yu appeared with a sullen face and withdrew the Azura sword with a clang. He was naturally chasing after the great leader, but this person had used a secret technique. Not only had he escaped far away, but he had also erased his scent. Staring at the broken silk on his wrist, Su Yu's face became even more sullen. The great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. An ordinary double crown master, even at the later stages, was usually not a match for Su Yu, but the great leader was really strange. The cloak with unparalleled defense, the strange and powerful secret technique of the soul, and the round sharp blade that he had seized, no matter how he looked at it, he did not look like an ordinary person. He had experienced the 2nd and 3rd leaders, and they were nothing special. Why was the great leader so powerful? Senior Su, thank you. Your great kindness will be remembered by the Rising Sun tribe for generations. Mingguang was extremely grateful and shocked. He could really kill the 2nd leader in front of the army of the Wolf Smoke tribe and defeat the great leader. Su Yu's face was calm as he said, "No need. This matter started because of me, so it should end because of me." After pausing for a moment, he stared at Mingguang. "Do you know the specific origin of the great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe?" Mingguang was startled. He pondered and said, "The leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe has always spoken with strength. 500 years ago, there were only 2 leaders, who are now the 2nd and 3rd leaders. But then a very powerful single crown master appeared. Not only did he break through to the double crown master, but he also defeated the 3rd leader not long after breakthrough. 100 years later, he defeated the 2nd leader and became the great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. Since then, he has ruled the Wolf Smoke tribe for 400 years. A strong person who rose from nowhere?" Su Yu pondered. "Then, what about the records before he became the double crown master?" In response, Mingguang shook his head. "We have investigated that record, and it is a blank." He seemed to have appeared suddenly without the slightest sign. And suddenly at that, Su Yu closed his eyes and thought for a long time before whispering, "No matter who you are, your life will eventually be destroyed by me." While he was surprised by Su Yu, far away by the river of the grassland, the great leader was washing his wounds by the river. Dark red blood flowed down the river. What is going on with that young man? The great leader's only eye revealed hatred, surprise, and deep fear. A powerful and frightening bow and arrow, strange sword techniques, space law, dragon transformation, terrifying divine fire, and time law. Any one of them could become a powerful force to rely on to be undefeated among the same level. But this person? He had mastered 6 of them. Moreover, the great leader's intuition told him that the other party had not used his full strength. He was still holding back. When did such a demon appear in the holy mountain? The great leader could not calm his emotions for a long time. With my strength in the Dark Star Alliance's Chamber of Commerce branch, I was known as the strongest person below the Triple Crown Master. I did not expect to be defeated so badly by a nameless junior. If I had not escaped decisively, I would have been left here forever. He did not doubt that Su Yu had the ability to completely kill him. After resting for a moment, he stared in the direction of the holy mountain. The wolf smoke tribe that I had planned for 500 years is gone, just like that. Fortunately, I had planned far and wide in those 500 years. Losing the wolf smoke tribe would not affect the final plan. Turning his head to stare at the rising sun tribe, he said coldly, "You better pray that you do not meet me in the holy mountain. Otherwise, you will be doomed eternally." Time passed slowly. The trauma suffered by the rising sun tribe recovered quickly in half a year. Moreover, after receiving more than half of the resources of the wolf smoke tribe warriors, the strength of many of the rising sun tribe warriors had increased significantly. In half a year, several single crown masters had appeared in succession, greatly exceeding the level before the war. The most exciting thing was that Mingguang was elected by the crowd to become the successor of the chief. After half a year of consolidation and receiving the legacy at the altar of the Rising Sun tribe, his divine power had been cultivated to perfection, and he was close to breaking through to the Double Crown Master. In less than 10 years, a new chief would be born. Moreover, the 9 Death Soul Protection Cauldron, which had been missing for 30 million years, had also returned, enhancing the tribe's confidence in the future. However, no one would forget who it was who had given them everything. In Mingguang's cavern world, Su Yu withdrew his soul power and said, "Well, your soul has recovered to its original state. Remember not to try to absorb faith again." Ming Dai held a rootless purple royal wood in her hands excitedly. In half a year, Su Yu not only healed her soul, but also gave her a legendary rootless purple royal wood. This was a divine item for breaking through to the half-step emperor level. It could only be found by chance. "Thank you, Senior Su." Ming Dai was grateful. Su Yu nodded lightly. "Fine time to refine it. Now, it is time to prepare for the holy mountain." Half a year had passed, and it was time to escort Faith to the holy mountain. As a member of the Rising Sun tribe, he would follow the crowd into the holy mountain to find the scabbard and the great formation of heavenly stars 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Chapter 1914. Soon after, the Rising Sun tribe prepared 10,000 black statues filled with the power of faith and set off for the holy mountain. The person in charge of escorting them was the new tribal chief of the Rising Sun tribe, Mingguang, accompanied by his daughter, Ming Dai, and Su Yu. Mingguang welcomed Su Yu's willingness to go to the holy mountain with him. The journey of escorting Faith had never been peaceful. Many teams of small tribes that escorted Faith disappeared silently on the grassland. As for where they went, everyone knew. Therefore, with a strong master like Su Yu in charge, he was very pleased and happy. As for Ming Dai, she was led by Mingguang to broaden her horizons. On this day, the inexplicable pressure that filled the grassland suddenly dissipated. The leaders of large, medium, and small tribes set off for the holy mountain together. The once-in-a-century time to pay the power of faith had arrived. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and a chaotic yin and yang energy gathered above his head. In an instant, he took Mingguang and Ming Dai and teleported to the holy mountain. Half a month later, A snow-covered mountain peak came into view. There was only one mountain in the entire grassland, and that was the Holy Mountain. The Holy Mountain was covered with ice and snow all year round, and in the ice and snow lived the supreme king of the Dark Star civilization, the King of Darkness. When they arrived, there were already hundreds of small and medium tribes waiting at the foot of the mountain. They had brought the statues to the foot of the mountain a long time ago, waiting for the Holy Mountain to open. At this moment, several special people in snow-white robes stood at the entrance of the Holy Mountain, registering the names of those who entered the Holy Mountain one by one. When the Rising Sun tribe rushed over, several people in snow-white robes recorded the names and detailed information of the three of them. Ming Guang kept his head down and pressed down on Dai Er's head, who was looking around curiously so that she would not look around. At the same time, he sent a message to Su Yu, saying in a low voice, "Senior Su, the people in front of us are all people of the Holy Mountain. They were born on the Holy Mountain and will die on the Holy Mountain. From birth to death, they will never leave the Holy Mountain. They will always serve the King of Darkness. They are the trusted subordinates of the King of Darkness. Do not offend them." Su Yu nodded slightly and looked at them with a meaningful gaze. Rising Sun Tribe, Chief Mingguang, tribe members Mingdai, Su Yu, please go to room D-108 to rest. The man in the snow-white robes lightly drew a line with his pen. Mingdai was stunned for a moment and muttered, "That's not right. As a medium-sized tribe, we should be in the C guest room. Isn't the D guest room prepared for small tribes?" The snow-robed man heard her muttering and looked at her. "Unless it's a large tribe, there's no difference between a medium-sized tribe and a small tribe. If you don't want to go up, then stay at the foot of the mountain." Mingguang was shocked and hurriedly apologized. "Our clansmen are ignorant. I hope you can forgive us. We will go up now." The snow-robed man said indifferently, "Then leave quickly. The Iron Sword tribe and the War God tribe will be here soon. Don't block the way." The Steel Sword tribe and the War God tribe were two of the three large tribes on the grasslands, on par with the Wolf Smoke tribe. Their overall strength was slightly inferior to that of the Wolf Smoke tribe, but they were still extraordinarily powerful. A medium-sized tribe could not compare to them. The undisguised contempt made Mingdai very angry. Under Mingguang's stare, she didn't dare to act rashly again. Pouting, she unwillingly came to the Ting guest room. The so-called T-shaped guest room was as simple as it could get. It was just a cave casually dug in the iceberg. It couldn't even block the wind and cold. They had to rely on their divine energy to protect themselves. The Ting guest room even had an ice house, complete with all the necessary facilities. Mingdai looked at the other medium-sized tribes. They were all staying in the Ting guest room, but they had to stay here. She couldn't help but complain, "Father, what's going on? Is the person from the Holy Mountain blind? He actually arranged for us to stay in the Ting guest room. He's too polite." "Sure." Mingguang hurriedly silenced her, a puzzled look on his face. "It's really strange. It seems like we're being targeted." Su Yu leaned against the ice wall, a cold light in his eyes. "We're really being targeted." Mingguang was shocked. "Elder Su, what do you mean?" "Over the years, the Rising Sun tribe has been diligently collecting the power of faith. We've never neglected or made any mistakes. Why is the Holy Mountain targeting us?" Just now, Su Yu had been listening to the thoughts of the snow-robed man. Su Yu heard every single one of his thoughts. "It's not that I've neglected the sacred mountain. Rather, I've offended the people of the sacred mountain. To be more precise, I've offended the people of the sacred mountain." Mingguang frowned. "Bribe?" "As far as I know, the people of Sacred Mountain serve the King of Darkness, and all their needs are provided by Sacred Mountain. Why would they need to be bribed by outsiders?" In his heart, the people of the Sacred Mountain, be it the King of Darkness or the snow-robed man who served the King of Darkness, were all people who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. There are many people on the Holy Mountain, and they will naturally compete with each other. If there is competition, there will be needs. And if there is a need, there will be opportunities for outsiders to take advantage of. Su Yu was indifferent. Ming Dai nodded as if she understood, and said with a smile, "Senior, Su knows a lot." Ming Guang was stunned for a while. Thinking of Ri Donglai of the Rising Sun tribe, he sighed deeply. The human heart was sinister, and the people of the sacred mountain were no saints. Then who is targeting us from behind? Ming Guang pondered. Su Yu wore a faint smile. Don't you already have an answer? Ming Guang's face sank. The great leader of the Wolf Smoke tribe. He actually escaped to the sacred mountain. I am also very surprised. Not only did he not escape far away, but he also dared to come to the sacred mountain openly. It seems that he is plotting something in the sacred mountain. Su Yu's eyes were very deep and full of insight. The price of bribing the people of the sacred mountain was incalculable. Moreover, even a registered person was bribed. It was unknown how many people of the sacred mountain would be bribed. This despicable person, trying to use such a despicable trick to make us retreat? Ming Guang said disdainfully. Su Yu shook his head gently. No, he is warning us to leave the sacred mountain, or he will make things difficult for us. The meaning conveyed by the other party was very clear. He had enough power to control the people of the sacred mountain and put them in trouble. Ming Dai snorted. The people of the sacred mountain are also a group of mobs, and they were actually bribed by an outsider. Ming Guang was silent for a long time and looked at Su Yu solemnly. Senior Su, please make an idea. If the people of the sacred mountain made things difficult for them, as a tribe ruled by the sacred mountain, they had no room to resist. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir, Su Yu said slowly. To offer the power of faith, they needed to wait for the King of Darkness to show up. At present, the King of Darkness was still in deep isolation, and he would only show up after 5 days to meet the leaders of the various tribes. For 3 consecutive days, Ming Dai wandered around in boredom, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. The guest rooms they lived in were all tribes that had conflicts or unpleasant experiences with the Rising Sun tribe. Ming Dai went out for a walk, but not only did it not relieve her boredom, but it also made her even more depressed. On the 4th day, a group of 20 people in snow robes came to the T-shaped guest room one by one, and routinely checked the statues sent by the tribe. Because it had happened in the past, some tribes held a fluke attitude and handed over the empty statues, thinking that the King of Darkness would not look at them one by one. But what kind of person was the King of Darkness? He could see through the truth at a glance. After that, the King of Darkness was furious in court and executed the tribal leader, implicating the group of servants. Several servants in charge of receiving the tribe were executed by the furious King of Darkness. Since then, every time they offered the power of faith, the servants would check the black statues sent by the tribe one by one, to see if there was any power of faith in them. If there were any who tried to pass it off as genuine and held a fluke attitude, it would not be as simple as being banished from the mountain, but locked up in the jail of the Holy Mountain and punished by the servants. None of the tribal representatives who were punished came back alive. It was very clear where they were going. 20 servants stood at the entrance of the T-shaped guest room. The one in the lead had a purple armband on his arm, showing that his status was not ordinary. Ming Dai stared at him and gritted her teeth, because he was the snow-robed person who arranged for them to stay in the T-shaped room a few days ago. At this moment, he led a group of servants to stand at the entrance. Although he did not say a word, the aura of superiority was obvious, causing the noisy T-shaped guest room to quickly quiet down. It is the second-class holy servant Jiang Fei Yun. This time, he is actually personally inspecting the statues. Strange, in the past, it was always the third-class holy servants who did it. When did the second-class holy servants have so much free time? Sure. Be quiet. Everyone cooperate obediently, no matter what the holy servant says. Do not refute. The group of representatives from the small tribes kept quiet out of fear. Jiang Fei Yun glanced at them coldly and said, "Before the official inspection, I would like to advise the tribe representatives who are still hoping to get out of the holy mountain now, and we can still spare you. But if we find out that there is a problem with the power of faith later, it will not be as simple as leaving the holy mountain." His threatening words made the representatives of the small tribes feel uneasy. Although they had no intention of cheating, they were still not confident enough to reinspect the power of faith they had brought, afraid that the other party would make things difficult for them. After waiting for a moment, no tribe left. Jiang Fei Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. "Now, we will start the inspection one by one. Everyone must cooperate. If you do not obey, you will be severely punished." Under his lead, the group of small tribe leaders did not dare resist, carefully handing over the power of faith to them for inspection. The small tribes that had passed the inspection all heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had just passed by the gates of hell. Their inspection speed was very fast, and it was not long before it was Su Yu's turn. 20 holy servants surrounded their ice cave, and Jiang Fei Yun walked out with an indifferent face. "Take out your power of faith!" Mingguang cast a questioning look at Su Yu. He had a bad feeling. The other party seemed to be coming for them. Su Yu nodded slightly, motioning for Mingguang to take out the storage device. Mingguang nodded slightly, cupped his fists at Jiang Fei Yun, and took out a golden bag from his waist. It contained the power of faith that the Rising Sun tribe had collected for 200 years. A total of 10,000 black statues were neatly placed in the center. Each statue was full of the power of faith, and there was absolutely no falsification. Jiang Fei Yin took it expressionlessly and probed it with his soul for a moment. Although Mingguang was worried, he was not afraid that the other party would make things difficult in this regard. The Rising Sun tribe had carefully prepared the power of faith, and there was absolutely no fault to be found. "Not bad." Jiang Fei Yun retracted his soul and nodded slightly. "The power of faith is very sufficient. There is no problem. Let's go." Chapter 1915. This made them very puzzled. Could it be that Su Yu's speculation was wrong and they had misunderstood Jiang Fei Yun? Su Yu pondered and suddenly said, "Mingguang, check your storage space immediately." Mingguang's heart trembled and he immediately checked again. But there was nothing strange. The statues were neither missing nor damaged. At that moment, suddenly, the leader of a small tribe that had been checked suddenly screamed, "Oh no, my statue of faith has been stolen!" This scream immediately attracted the attention of most of the small tribes. The holy servants, who had not gone far, also turned their heads. Jiang Fei Yun's face was calm, and he lightly said, "Presumptuous! The holy mountain is a holy place. How could there be a theft?" That small tribe was an unknown new small tribe. The leader's first offering of faith had been lost. He panicked and said, "Holy servant, I would never dare to lie. Everything I said is true." Jiang Fei Yun frowned slightly and led his people back. He stared at the leader of the small tribe and repeated, "Since you are so sure, then I cannot sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it will damage the reputation of the holy mountain. Bring me your storage space. I will check again." After he handed it over, Jiang Fei Yun glanced at it and said coldly, "Presumptuous! There were 200 statues just now, and there are still 200 now. How could it be lost? Come, this person is disturbing the worship of faith. Capture him." "My lord, I did not lie. There were originally 300 statues, but now I found out that 100 are missing." Jiang Fei Yun coldly snorted. "You mean I stole 100 of your statues? I dare not." The little leader said, "I suspect that it was stolen by a tribe that had contacted me before." Jiang Fei Yun calmed down and said, "There is no evidence. How can you say that someone stole your statues?" "Yes, I have evidence," the little leader hurriedly said. "My black statues have been marked by me. It is easy to identify them." Jiang Fei Yun pondered for a moment then nodded lightly and solemnly said, "This is not a trivial matter. Since you have evidence, I will investigate to the end. Tell me, which tribes have contacted you?" The leader pondered and said, "There was no complete physical contact, but the girl of the Rising Sun tribe is very suspicious. She walked back and forth near my tribe several times. I suspect that she used some kind of secret method to steal my black statue from a distance." Seeing this scene, Ming Dai's face immediately turned red with anger, and she angrily shouted, "Shameless! Our Rising Sun tribe is a medium-sized tribe. Why would we need to steal a statue from a small tribe?" The sales leader, however, was exceptionally certain and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask others if this woman has been wandering around my tribe." Jiang Feiyu nodded and ordered people to ask around. First of all, Ming Dai had been wandering around for the past few days, so it was reasonable to say that she was wandering around the ice cave of this little leader. Secondly, the relationship between the nearby small tribes and the Rising Sun tribe was not harmonious. Naturally, they would not conceal or cover up for the Rising Sun tribe. "Sir, this woman has indeed been walking around this leader many times. She is very suspicious," the holy servant who had returned concluded. Jiang Feiyun fixed his gaze on the Rising Sun tribe again and walked over with the 20 divine servants. Behind him was the junior leader, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. "This matter is of great importance. It is necessary to re-examine your statues," Jiang Feiyun said calmly. Suddenly, Mingguang's heart beat wildly, and a bad feeling instantly surged into his heart. "Trap! It's a trap!" Just now, when Jiang Feiyun explored his storage space, he must have taken the opportunity to replace the 100 statues with this little leader statue. Once it was inspected, he would definitely find the 100 statues. At that time, they would not be able to explain themselves. Stealing faith in the holy mountain was more serious than taking an empty statue with a fluke mentality. Perhaps it would not only be a matter of death, but it would also implicate the entire Rising Sun tribe, bringing irreparable, devastating damage. What a good move! This was to pull the entire Rising Sun tribe into the abyss of eternal damnation. Mingguang's forehead was covered with layers of sweat, and he looked extremely nervous. His mind was blank, and he didn't know how to solve it. Jiang Feiyun's face sank slightly. "Rising Sun tribe leader, do you need me to say it again? Please hand over your space storage device and accept the inspection." Mingguang's hands kept trembling in his sleeves, and his lips squirmed a few times. Seeing that Jiang Feiyun's eyes gradually turned cold and was about to give the order to seize it, Mingguang had to bite the bullet and retorted, "Lord Holy Servant, as my daughter said, there is really no need for us, a medium-sized tribe, to steal the statue of a small tribe. I hope Lord Holy Servant will investigate it clearly and not believe the slander of a villain." Jiang Feiyun said indifferently, "I will enforce the law impartially. I don't believe the words of the two of you. I only believe that what I see is true. Since everyone agrees that your Rising Sun tribe is suspected of theft, then please hand over your space storage device and let us inspect it on the spot. Can't you prove your innocence? Or is it because you have a guilty conscience?" Mingguang's palms were sweaty. Being forced to this point, he had no choice at all. He could only take out the space storage device while trembling. He hoped that the ending would not turn out the way he had envisioned. But he was desperate to find that Jiang Feiyun's mouth had an imperceptible cold smile. The 23rd class, holy servants behind him, also secretly tensed up. It was as if they already knew that there must be something they wanted to find in this storage space. "It's over." Mingguang's eyes were dim. Even if Su Yu was in charge, could he be presumptuous on the holy mountain? His heart was bitter. The Rising Sun tribe had finally survived a great calamity of extinction, but in the blink of an eye, they had encountered an even more desperate situation. Jiang Feiyun took the space storage device. In order to prove to the people present and let them be fair, he did not explore it a second time. Instead, he directly opened the storage device, poured out all 10,000 statues, and placed them neatly side by side on the ground. The 100 statues were among them. Jiang Feiyun said to the little leader, "I have done as you requested and let them display all the statues. Please identify them." The little leader nodded, took out one of his own statues, and said, "I have painted the special mark of our tribe on all the statues. As long as one of the marks is activated, all the marks will be activated at the same time." As he spoke, the little leader bit his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood essence onto the statue. Suddenly, a clear bloody light appeared on the face of the statue. He glanced at the more than 10,000 statues of the Rising Sun tribe and said, "Now the other 100 statues should also have a bloody light." Jiang Feiyun sneered in his heart, waved his hand, and said, "Rising Sun tribe, what else do you have to say? Come, catch them." However, he found that the third-class holy servants behind him were all hesitating on the spot. Countless onlookers stared at him in surprise. Jiang Feiyun was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at the statues of the Rising Sun tribe. After a careful scan, he could not find a statue with a bloody light on its face. How could it be? Those 100 statues were personally replaced by him during the visit. How could there not be one? The little leader was dumbfounded. He looked again and again, but there was nothing. Mingguang and Mingdai, whose hearts sank to the bottom, opened their eyes wide in disbelief and carefully examined their own statues. There were no marked statues. What was going on? Could it be that they were thinking too much? At this moment, Suyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said indifferently, "Little leader, why don't you take out the other 199 statues and compare them to see if the marks are effective?" How could it be wrong? However, he took out the other 199 statues. Without exception, all of their faces were blood red. This meant that the activation had not failed, but that the Rising Sun tribe had not stolen their statues at all. Su Yu said indifferently, "Little leader, if you have any other testing methods, please take them out. If not, please come to a conclusion as soon as possible. The Rising Sun tribe has always been upright and upright. Although we are not afraid of confrontation, gossip is a fearful thing. It is better to clarify as soon as possible." The little leader took a deep look at Suyu and said in a low voice, "There is no statue of me in the Rising Sun tribe." He did not deny that the Rising Sun tribe had not stolen it. A hint of coldness appeared on Suyu's face. "At this very moment you should apologize. Otherwise, the Rising Sun tribe has the right to wipe out your tribe while the notice that you can start a war is still in effect, leaving no one alive." The little leader shuddered. He was confident that Jiang Feiyun could destroy the Rising Sun tribe, and that was why he dared to oppose him. Now, the Rising Sun tribe had strangely escaped. If the Rising Sun tribe retaliated, their small tribe would not even be enough to be trampled by the Rising Sun tribe. "I am very sorry I have misunderstood. I ask the Rising Sun tribe to be magnanimous and forgive my rashness." Suyu retracted his cold intent and said, "Since it is a misunderstanding, then it is all right." Just as Jiang Feiyun secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Suyu looked at him. "But I would like to ask the second-grade saint servant. Just now, before the results of the inspection were out, you already knew the results and gave the order to capture him. I wonder if you can predict the future, or if you can predict the future and know that there is a symbol of the little leader among our statues." Suddenly, Jiang Feiyun felt like he was sitting on a pincushion. He explained this. "I was also confused by the little leader's solemn vow and took it for granted. That was why I gave the wrong order." This explanation barely made sense, but everyone present, as long as they were not fools, should know that Jiang Feiyun's behavior just now had exposed his premeditated plan. But without concrete evidence, no one could do anything to him. "Since it was a misunderstanding, let's end it here," Jiang Feiyun said, secretly thinking about what to do next. If one plan did not work, he still had another plan. Wait, the theft of the statue from the Holy Mountain is no small matter. It concerns the dignity of the King of Darkness. How can we let this matter rest so easily? Su Yu said. At the very least, we have to find the person who stole the statue. Jiang Feiyun frowned. But you are the most suspicious ones. Your suspicions have been cleared, and no one can suspect you anymore. Su Yu's gaze was calm. He said slowly, no. There is another person who is more suspicious than the Rising Sun tribe. Who? Jiang Feiyun's heart moved. He did not know why, but he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1916. Everyone was stunned. Who? Jiang Feiyun? Many of the tribe leaders smacked their lips and said in a low voice, "The Rising Sun tribe is done for. How dare they suspect a second-class saint servant? Isn't that asking for trouble?" I think the second-class saint servant has gone too far, forcing the Rising Sun tribe to fight back. It was obvious that the second-class saint servant had failed to frame them. If he had succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And if we don't find a way to deal with this second-class saint servant, I'm afraid there will be more dangerous traps waiting for the Rising Sun tribe. Most of the small tribe leaders secretly agreed with what the latter said. From what the second-class saint servant had just done, he did not seem like a merciful person. His goal was to destroy the entire Rising Sun tribe. If he thought he would be safe this time, he would be too stupid. Ming Guang and Ming Dai were also secretly surprised. If he suspected a second-class saint servant, wouldn't that be a direct confrontation? But if outsiders could see it clearly, there was no reason they couldn't see the key points. This second-class saint servant harbored evil intentions. They had to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. But this was the Holy Mountain, the territory of the saint servants. It was easier said than done to get rid of a second-class saint servant. Jiang Feiyun frowned and said coldly, "Are you suspecting me?" Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "Why? Is my words not clear enough? You are the most suspicious person here. If our people passing by the vicinity of the small leader are very suspicious, then as someone who personally touched his space storage device, aren't you even more suspicious?" The small leaders at the side quieted down, ready to watch a good show. What a joke. We, the saint servants, have always been impartial. Was it necessary to steal the statue? Even if we stole it, what's the use? Jiang Feiyun laughed. The people of the Rising Sun tribe, since this matter has been reduced to a small one, don't be unreasonable. Otherwise, I still have the power to expel you from the mountain. As he spoke, he waved his hand and continued to check the storage devices with the rest of the saint servants. But Su Yu did not let it go. He said lightly, "Fine, I will ask your first-class saint servant if I can stay out of the law as a suspicious saint servant." The saint servants of the Holy Mountain were also strictly graded. They were divided into 3 classes. There were only 10 first-class holy servants, and they were the top holy servants who were directly responsible to the King of Darkness. Their status was transcendent, and they were above the second and third class sacred attendants. When the Dark King is in closed-door cultivation, the 10 holy servants will have the authority to handle matters on Sacred Mountain on behalf of the Dark King. For someone like Jiang Feiyun, who was clearly a suspect and greatly affected the reputation of the Holy Mountain, yet didn't do anything to clear his name, it was necessary for the first-class holy servants to step forward and severely punish the related people. Sure enough, Jiang Feiyun immediately turned around when he heard this. His eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. "Humph! Since you want me to give you an explanation, I will grant your wish." Jiang Feiyun was unhappy. He was unhappy that Su Yu had forced him to examine everyone in public. As for whether there would be any problems, he was very confident that there wouldn't be. It was impossible for those statues to be on him. He took off the pouch on his waist. As a special item, the black statue could not be stored in an ordinary space storage device. It could only be stored in a special pocket-type storage device. This was also the reason why they had only checked their pockets and not their ordinary storage devices. Jiang Feiyun opened the space storage device. He wasn't worried at all, but he still subconsciously glanced inside. However, this glance caused Jiang Feiyun's pupils to shrink. His heart was filled with shock. In his storage device, there were 100 black statues with blood-red faces lying quietly. They were the 100 black statues that the so-called little leader had lost. How could they be in my storage device? He had clearly swapped the 100 black statues with the Rising Sun tribes when he was examining the Rising Sun tribes' space storage device. Why were they still in his storage device? Impossible. Impossible. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Su Yu. His eyes met with a pair of deep, cold eyes, and his heart trembled. It's him. It had been very strange from the start. The marked black statues had disappeared and returned to his storage device. He must have done something secretly. What should he do? What should he do? If he poured it out in public, he would be finished. The holy servants had stolen the black statues of the leaders of the small tribes. This was a matter that affected the reputation of the Holy Mountain. Even if the Dark King knew about it, he would skin him alive to appease the anger of the many small tribes. Not to mention the 10 first-grade holy servants. They would not go easy on him. Seeing that he had stopped, the small tribe leaders were secretly surprised. Damn, it can't be. Did the first-grade holy servants really steal the black statues? This is unprecedented. If this gets out, who would dare to let the holy servants inspect in the future? The people of the Holy Mountain would do such a shameful thing. The whispers made Jiang Feiyun's heart clench. He could not let the truth be known to the public. Why? Why don't you open the space storage device and let everyone be a witness? Su Yu said calmly, staring at him quietly. If this person really wanted to make things difficult for him, he would probably let him go. But since he was ruthless and forced them and the entire Rising Sun tribe into a corner, he could not blame him for being ruthless. Jiang Feiyun's face flickered with uncertainty. After a few internal struggles, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Guards! The people of the Rising Sun tribe are interfering with the holy servants' inspection. They have evil intentions. Arrest them and interrogate them." This action was bound to cause public anger and even attract the attention of the first-grade holy servants. But compared to being exposed and sentenced to death, what harm was there in being criticized? As long as he had enough time, he could go to a secluded area and get rid of the troublesome 100 black statues. The third-grade holy servants behind him were more or less related to this second-grade holy servant. They were bound together for good or bad. Naturally, he did not hesitate to execute the order, pouncing toward Su Yu and the others. He shouted, "The holy servants are on the move. How can you just let yourself be captured? If you resist, kill without mercy." Ming Guang and Ming Dai were furious. It was clear that Jiang Feiyun had a guilty conscience. He had actually arrested them for a groundless reason. Anyone who was arrested by the holy servants would be severely injured, even if they did not die. With the character of this holy servant, it was obvious that they would die. But how could the three of them fight with the holy servant? Even if they had a reason, if they resisted the holy servant, it would still be unreasonable, and they would be severely punished. They did not dare to make a move, but Su Yu dared. With a quick step, he flew out and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Feiyun. In fact, his cultivation level was not high, only at the cultivation level of a silver overlord. The reason he could strut around and berate the leaders of the Emperor realm and above was because of his identity. Su Yu casually grabbed the storage space in the other party's pocket. It was effortless. Jiang Feiyun's expression changed. How dare he openly attack the holy servants? Kill him! Su Yu flicked his finger, and a space barrier formed in front of Ming Guang and Ming Dai. No matter how they attacked, they could not shake it in the slightest. As for Su Yu, he stood still. They could not do anything to him. Su Yu forcibly erased the imprint left by Jiang Feiyun and poured out all the things in the space. Crash! The black statues with blood-red faces all fell to the ground in front of the crowd. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Jiang Feiyun's face was pale, but the fierceness in his eyes deepened. Someone inform the first-grade holy servants that there is a person with evil intentions who framed the holy servants and insulted the purity of the holy mountain. He deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, many of the leaders of the small tribes were furious. The irrefutable evidence had been exposed in public, and he still dared to accuse the Rising Sun tribe. In the eyes of the people of the holy mountain, their tribes were pigs and dogs that could be slandered and humiliated at will. Su Yu was silent and did not stop them. At this moment, an indifferent voice floated over. "No need, I am here." Jiang Feiyun's face stiffened and he looked over. Accompanied by 10 second-grade holy servants, a young man in a golden robe slowly walked over. Only one kind of person could wear the golden robe on the holy mountain, and that was the first-grade holy servants. Why did he suddenly come? Or had he been here for a long time but had not shown himself? Seeing this, the third-grade holy servants who were attacking stopped and bowed respectfully. Jiang Feiyun came back to his senses and immediately trotted forward. He knelt down and solemnly kowtowed. "Greetings, first-grade holy servant. What happened here?" The first-grade holy servant asked indifferently. Jiang Feiyun did not give the Rising Sun tribe a chance to speak and said, "Reporting to first-grade holy servant, the Rising Sun tribe had ill intentions and created trouble to insult the purity of the holy mountain. Please give the order to execute them in public as a warning to others." The first-grade holy servant glanced at the crowd and said, "Wait for me to investigate before making a judgment." "My lord, I have already investigated clearly. The evidence is conclusive and there is no doubt about it. Please give the order immediately." He did not finish his sentence because the first-grade holy servant was staring at him coldly. Jiang Feiyun immediately shut his mouth, his heart pounding. "Are you the first-grade holy servant, or am I?" The first-grade holy servant asked indifferently. Jiang Feiyun lowered his head even more and said hurriedly, "I have been rude." "Then shut up," the first-grade holy servant said expressionlessly. He turned to the 10 second-grade holy servants behind him and said, "Investigate clearly what is going on." The 10 second-grade holy servants spread out and questioned the Rising Sun tribe and the witnesses nearby. Mingguang naturally came with the truth. The witnesses definitely did not have the guts to deceive the first-grade holy servant for a second-grade holy servant. Moreover, Jiang Feiyun's actions made them feel bitterly disappointed. Therefore, no one covered up for him and explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. The 10 second-grade holy servants returned and reported the ins and outs of the matter that they had inquired about. It was almost exactly the same. Everyone accused Jiang Feiyun of stealing someone else's sculpture. Moreover, after being exposed, not only did he not admit to his crimes, he even made a false accusation. His attitude was bad and arrogant, causing a negative impact. The first-grade holy servant's eyes were indifferent. He looked at Jiang Feiyun and said coldly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Jiang Feiyun's face was ashen. His heart was filled with despair and resentment. He glared at Su Yu and said, "My death is not to be regretted, but Su Yu publicly attacked the holy servant. This is unforgivable. He should die with me." When the leaders of the small tribes heard this, they felt a lump in their throats. They could not spit it out. What a joke! Not only did Jiang Feiyun refuse to accept their inspection, but he also wanted to capture the Rising Sun tribe. Under such circumstances, what could they do if they wanted to expose Jiang Feiyun? Other than snatching the storage device, there was no other way.